Thank you. I thank you, Aisha. It is now. Just to recap, I just offered honor and praise to our ancestors and welcomed guests and attendees for coming through. Thank you, Malik. Where we at with it? Waiting on Jesse. Jesse, let me know when you're in, and we'll go ahead and make you a panelist too. Um, Hold on one second. Yeah, I'm trying not to split my time between, us and people hitting me up because everybody didn't get the new link. I sent it out in the email, but there are a couple of people who paid on in another way, and I tried to make sure that I sent them the link too. So we should be good right now though, because I think I hit everybody up for the most part. So who we have with us are the illustrious creators of two tarot decks. Okay, we have Dust to Onyx, Mama Courtney Alexander, and we have Lolu S.A. of the Akamara Tarot deck. Okay, now, yeah, I really worked hard on not doing corny questions, so I hope, I don't like corny questions. I wanted to be as in depth and creative and original as possible because I know it gets boring, when people keep asking questions like, what inspired you to create your deck? So I'm trying to come from a different perspective. So my first question is, while we know that Pamela Coleman Smith was a Jamaican-born artist who drew every image for the Rider-Waite deck, she was, of course, limited with respect to drawing and illustrating images of African and indigenous peoples. Many of our modern Black character decks are created by Europeans to market to a Black audience. Was it a matter of representation that encouraged you to create your decks? Or like a need to see yourself represented in spiritual imagery?
Can I just offer one correction?
Please,
Very
sure.
passionate about the subject. Pamela Coleman Smith was not Jamaican born.
Okay.
Yeah, her family, like I had to do some research on this because it kept bothering me. And so like once I dug a little bit, Pamela Coleman Smith is actually from Massachusetts. Her mother's Protestant, her on her dad's side, her grandfather was like mayor of New York. They had a business, and so they lived in Jamaica for a time. Her mother died in Jamaica, and so that's when the rumors of her being Jamaican born started to spread because she had like fuller lips and a bigger nose and stuff. She had some ambiguity, even though she's essentially white. She actually throughout her time, like she just kind of became like this traveling person, hanging out with in a lot of occult spaces and using her ambiguity to make herself seem more exotic. So she's like the Dolezal of her day.
Thank you for that. Because, we get all manner of stories about her and we give her all kinds of honor and praise as a Black woman thank you for that correction. I needed that because I don't want to be spreading that lie anymore.
Yeah, I'm like literally writing an article about it right now.
Okay, good. Okay.
Because
I was almost gonna add her to my book for Ashotele, and then I was like, something was like, don't do it. Wow. So that's funny that because I was like, something about this don't sound right. But now I know.
Someone asked if she was a Dolezal or a Quadroon.
I thought it was something along those lines, like octoroon level, but who knows?
No, she was white. She was white. If you look at her folks, she was white. And now maybe she had some parts of her ancestry, in terms of like, whatever, I don't know, indigenous descent or African descent. Maybe those features may have come from somewhere. But when you read about her, like people used to wonder if she was Asian or anything, and she would allow people to think whatever they wanted to because she loved the mystery of people not really knowing where she was from, and she played off of that. And while being in Jamaica, she became enamored with culture and the tales and stuff. And so she started drawing a lot of artwork about like Jamaican folk tales and stuff. And so that just continued to feed this idea that that's, you know, where she hailed from. So it's this, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that. Thank you, Courtney, for that. We needed that. Somebody, Chantel said she was obsessed with making Jamaican clothing as costumes for her costume designs. Peak weirdo. Aisha says she has the privilege of doing that where many people don't, if they're darker. Okay.
It's always controversial that others get to profit off of the things that we do, but they're able to move about freely because they can move in pretty much any arena undetected.
Right. That's something we talked about yesterday. We touched on it a couple of different times about how the what's the word that we use for it, when you commercialize or capitalize off of a culture that's not yours. That's why it's so important to me to, you know, speak to Black creators, melanated creators, people of indigenous descent who are making things that represent us, and, you know, we are buying these things, right? Not appropriation, it's commodification of our culture, commodification, turning it into a commodity, something to buy and sell. Instead of something to enjoy and participate in as a culture, they turn it into a business and profit extensively off of it. It happened in the, I want to say in the 20s and 30s, a lot of Asian or Chinese marketers were selling products that a lot of hoodoos were using at the time. You know,
I think Jesse's in the chat. Jesse.
Oh, she's in the chat? Okay, thank you. Where's she at? There she go. All right. Thank you. So, okay. Let me wait for her to pop in.
Hello.
Hey, how you feeling?
All is well. I've been kind of listening in, getting caught up. Hello, everyone.
All right. I asked the question, my first question was, here we at. Was it a matter of representation that encouraged you to create your decks, or a need to see yourself represented in spiritual imagery? And Courtney, who I mentioned when I first started the call, was Pamela Coleman Smith, and how I named her as a Black woman who illustrated the Rider-Waite deck. But as it turns out, she was not a Black woman. She was a mysteriously, ambiguously raced woman who capitalized off the fact that no one knew what she was. So she enjoyed the mystery of presenting herself as so many different things. So yeah, so just go ahead.
I think my journey with starting a tarot deck, it did start from just the necessity of representation. At the beginning, when I first became acquainted with tarot, I was learning about ancient Egypt and the tablets of Aeth and the similarities, and that being like one of the earliest forms of like that type of divination with symbology and stuff on that level. I did early in my tarot journey learn about her and her like racial ambiguity, and that made me want even more to bring forth a representation that was kind of undeniably Black. There wasn't any argument of how Black it was. So that made me want to create my own deck that was like very deeply based in the African identity, and also taking kind of like a wholeness approach to Africa. A lot of times I think when specifically Black Americans are on their journey to discover themselves and their relation to Africa, they want to find exactly what tribe or location they were. And Africa is such a vast continent and we're interconnected in so many different ways, aside from just being Nigerian or West African or associated with just one specific locale or tribe. So I wanted to offer a type of representation that represented a broad scope of African culture, African people, African artifacts and places. And that's what basically brought about the Afro Tarot.
Okay. Thank you. Lolu, what about you?
Well, originally when I made my deck, it was supposed to be just for me. And because, you know, it was funny, Courtney's deck was actually the first outside of decks that I got from family that weren't Black in any way. They were just really old. Like the oldest deck I have is something like 50 something years old, which I got from a family member. And a friend, I saw your deck, somebody had posted it, I want to say on Twitter, and I saw it and I almost fell the hell out. I was like, oh my God, I gotta have it. And so I got it. I still have it. I have the numbered one of her first editions and everything. And oh, I'm sorry. What are your pronouns?
She, her.
Okay, just making sure. I don't want to be disrespectful. So I got it, and that was pretty much the deck that I was using, aside from the one that I had gotten from my grandma and everything like that. But then I was thinking about perhaps making one that was all Black, because at that time that was my favorite color. And I was like, oh, I got to make something for myself that you can't find anywhere else, because I thought it would be deeply personal if it was images that I created, because I'm an artist too. And so I got started and I was thinking about just making it for myself, but then I showed my partner and a couple of my friends at the time, and they were like, you know how profoundly selfish that would be. And at first I was like, I mean, there's other decks on the market that people can read, because I, at that time, was reading anything and everything if it was clicking well, because not every deck clicked with me. And so when I put it out, I fully expected nobody to give a damn about it. And at the beginning, that's kind of how it was going. And I remember I had messaged you, Courtney, because I was like, how does Kickstarter work? Because I expected it to fail. And I was like, well, I will give it a try just to see if anybody likes it. And they did. So that's, I mean, kind of where I'm at. With the two decks that I've come out with now, my goal was always integration, because I am a lifelong studier of ATRs, any ATR really. Because I have my own personal ties to a few practices, and as well as initiations and things of that nature. And so I was like, how do I demystify, in a sense of making it a little less elitist? Because I find online there's a lot of elitism surrounding ATR, and there's a lot of just a lot of odd dynamics surrounding people who know about it and people who don't have access to the resources to properly learn about it outside of Google. So that was my goal with that. My first deck and any subsequent deck that I come out with is trying to kind of show the beauty and the normality of our way of life. It's not, I'm not a magical Negro. You know, I do magic and I'm a Negro, but it's not a trope. This is real life.
Thank you.
So that's where I'm coming from with it. I mean, you guys have seen my story. I'm a hot mess. But it's all about just representing us in a normal way, that it doesn't have to be, this is a Black tarot deck created by Black people for Black people. This is a tarot deck venerating Black people, but here's a wide array of decks to choose from, because you don't have to buy mine. You know, just the option means more to me.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of where I was coming from with Dust to Onyx, because at the time there were like just a handful of decks that featured any sort of representation of Blackness. And so, you know, in my search, I was like, man, I'm not connecting with any of these decks. And then when I did deeper research about the creators, that's when I realized the creators weren't Black. And so for me, that was like, that was what, spurred me on to like similarly create something for myself. And so I was like, well, yeah, it makes sense now that, I'm not connected to any of these decks because they don't have the same lived experience that I do. The soul isn't in it, and it's not enough to just slap some melanin on some characters and say, oh, it's Black.
Yeah. There's a lot of decks out like that.
Yeah. And that's how it was.
Scary.
And so, like some people may know the story, like from like, cause like I've told it a few times, but like it started off as me doing these doodles. Like it kind of was like this line work deck, but then I kind of started, like, I went through this, like I had this dream, I lost my job that same week. I, went through these series of panic attacks. It was just almost like I went through this sort of, I don't know, call it an awakening or
Genesis.
what, but the spiritual jolt really that kind of pushed me into the work. I had a show coming up, so I just poured myself into creating, this tarot deck, and the Black on Black came from a dream that I had about this. I saw this Black painting with these beautiful jewel tones, and I had made a note to myself that I would experiment materially with that. And so I used the tarot deck as an opportunity, but also thinking about too the color story of Blackness and some of the other dreams that I had where I saw these really kind of otherworldly beings, and thinking of our connection to ancestors, not just being about like our earth connection, but being about the connection beyond, and who's teaching us, who's feeding us. And I think there's so many beautiful layers to the color story of Blackness when we talk about the dark matter of the universe, where we talk about ourselves culturally, the color itself, and the meanings and how it's changed and been perceived over time. And to me, Blackness is everything. And versus, you learn at art school, you put all the colors together, you get Black, you take all the colors away, you get white type of thing. And so thinking about whiteness as erasure, even an idea of heaven. I grew up very Christian, which I'm sure a lot of us did. Like, so whiteness, going to heaven, going to this white space, ascending, being the erasure of everything you are, where Blackness makes room for wholeness, essentially. And so those were the ideas that I was putting into the creation of the deck as I was going along. I still don't have all the answers, but these were the things that were just like coming up in my spirit as I continued to create the work bit by bit. It was just like, sometimes it's funny in this journey. I don't know if y'all have experienced this, but some people might feel like you're like a tarot master. And I'm like, y'all, I was only doing tarot about a good solid year and a half before I made a deck. So I don't position myself as any tarot master, but obviously there was something else in the work that needed to be birthed, And so sometimes it's still intimidating to even use my own cards. Sometimes I look at my own work like, where did this come from? Who said this?
Where? Yeah. Somebody, was it you, Jesse, that wrote this?
Yeah. Jesse asked, did anybody do that?
I actually was almost homeless. Like staring at the real possibility of like living on the street. And this is coming from like 2016, 2017, when I was really out here hustling, bustling, making as much money as I could. And then that all fell to pieces. And I remember I talked OB when I posted my cards on Kickstarter, and I was like, is this gonna work out? And my folks were straight up like, maybe. They didn't give me a yes, they didn't give me a no. They were like, and I was like, are you guys being assholes right now? And they were like, yep. We aren't making anything happen unless you want it to. Otherwise, the streets you go. And I'm like, oh, and so I was having dreams. I was seeing my Orisha, and I talk to my godfather about this from time to time. I was seeing my Orisha. I was seeing everything under the sun that was like, I like your cards. What are you gonna do with them? And I'm like, thanks for taunting me. I cried every single day because I just did not think it was gonna happen. I was like, these people do not fuck with me like that at all. And I was like, but at least I can make them for myself, because for whatever reason I found comfort in failure. I was like, well, if I fail, at least I still have them for me. And that's all I wanted originally. And it's like, that's such a cop-out thing to do. And so I was like, all right, cool. the campaign gets funded, fine. Then I start getting called a race divider. I get called a separatist. I get called, but I got the whole gamut of people call, like, you know who was calling me those things.
Right.
Telling me that it was for profit because I wouldn't send them it for free. And I'm like, why would you even want it in the first place? But anyway, since I'm a separatist and I'm a race divider and all of this, I'm just going to let y'all, whoever got the deck, cool, I'm out of here because this is not what I signed up for.
Right.
And then out of nowhere, I had a dream and I saw an old man who I later found out, it was Issue. And he was like, are you a clown? You're being a clown. Like, who the fuck cares what they think? Just keep doing it, because once you stop, your life's gonna fall apart again. Because you turned your back on us one time. If you do it a second time, we won't be here to save you. Because you already know what work needs to be done. So why would you be like, it's too hard? Like, everything's hard. So yeah, I feel like I had to get over that.
Yeah, I feel like once I started creating my deck, it was something that I wanted just for me. I knew that I wanted to learn how to read tarot, but the connection just wasn't there with any decks that I was interacting with. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to make my journey in learning tarot. I'm going to create the deck as I go, and I'm going to get familiar with each card and give it the time and the due diligence to get to know it and its meanings. And every single card in that deck came from my throat. Literally the day after I created the Tower card, I accidentally deleted all of my artwork off of my computer from like that year. And I literally had to start the deck from scratch and also recreate all the artwork, the digital artwork that I had made that previous year.
And you did it. Wow.
And I did it. And in the midst of the meltdowns and panic attacks over like a few days, I actually recreated all of my digital artwork. I started my deck over from scratch, and I really needed that lesson to know that, to realize the power of my creations, and that I can make things once and I can also do it again. And so I also need to be focused and appreciate and harness my power to create. And that's what my deck taught me. And it also taught me not to play with it either, and to take it very seriously. So the whole creative process was kind of like, not, you know, like with fraternities and sororities, there's like this whole process that you have
hazing.
Yeah, it was like spiritual hazing, but in the most well-intentioned way of like making sure that like I understood every concept, every meaning, every possibility of these cards, and that I took it seriously. And so I started creating the cards, and I would post a card here and there as I was creating the deck, and the interest in the deck was growing. I had no intention of selling it. It was just kind of like a creative project for myself. And then, yeah, and I was like, you know what, let's see. Once I got not even halfway through the deck, I told myself I would create a card a day. And I set a date. I was like, okay, maybe like a few months out, I'll set a release date. And then I did like pre-orders leading up to it. And I bought my first stock of them. And then I just kept like restocking larger quantities after that. But it was definitely quite a process that I'm still every day, like making more realizations and going back and like, dang, when I made this card, I was in this spot in my life and I was doing this and I was learning this, and I just appreciate it.
That's how I feel. When Nakamura and Lokana came through it, I was going through a dark night of the soul. That's why the cards are so black, I think, and so gritty and so raw and so rough. They're rough with you. I'm like, I'm happy now.
Yeah.
Y'all keep that one.
that deck, it snatched. I'm gonna tell you, I had a sister friend of mine ordered your deck, and when I looked at she laid the cards out, I said, this didn't tell you what you were asking. This laid out your actual life story. And she was so like, you know, oh my goodness, I was taken aback. And I said, yeah, this talks about, you asked a specific question, but it didn't answer that question. It gave you a bigger insight to get the deeper answer to a question you didn't ask, but what you need to know, you know.
That's how
I
my
have
folks
seen,
talk to me. They don't answer my questions at all. So this was their baby for real,
yes,
all the way.
I say
'Cause
that
I was
about
like,
all of your decks.
yeah,
Yeah.
Jesse's
Courtney's
deck.
deck has predicted so many things. Like my mom asked me to use your deck specifically. This is probably like a year and a half ago. And I had used it for one of her friends who was really going through it. Just everything you could think of. And I remember I put the cards down and I was so scared to tell her what I saw. Because since I was a kid, she's always asked me these questions. So, because I was always the one that I don't know these people, so I'm just going to tell you the truth sort of situation. I
Right.
told her what was going on. He did not believe me. I was like, give it a week. And then a week later, everything unfolded how I said it was going to happen. And he was like, yo, get that shit away from me all the way. Because I mean, what it said wasn't positive, like as far as what he was going through, but it was true. And he was like, I don't think I like having this much of a warning.
Yeah. No, I mean, even for me, I'm very careful when I read my own deck. I do not go to Dust Onyx for like play questions. And even when I was creating the artwork, like I used to have headaches. Like every time I sat at my canvas, it was like this head pressure. And even when I wrote the book, it just almost felt like I had to pace myself through the creation. You know, and at first when I was creating this, I did the first 20 cards for like an art show. And when I got the feedback similar to y'all, people were like, oh, you know, they were serious about it. And so, you know, a month later, I ended up launching the Kickstarter in the midst of trying to find a job and all of that. And, you know, it was a lot of ritual work involved, trying to move myself into a place of success. Like I come home and I would do all these, I doing my jar spells, I was doing my shadow work out because I knew something was happening. But, you know, the actual process of the work coming through was a download. It was to the point where like I had all the paintings on my wall and I couldn't sleep in the space anymore because of the energy, you know. And so I always tell people that, you know, Dust the Onyx is alive. Even when it comes, like how you said, people accuse you of being a separatist. People have all sorts of ideas about your worth, what you should charge, how you should conduct your business. And I'm just like, look,
And how
if Dust the
perfect
Onyx
it
meant
should
to
be.
you, it'll be, Dust Onyx will find its way to the darkest corner of the earth where it belongs. So if you don't want it, that just means it ain't for you, you know. And it took even those lessons as a business owner, you know, especially because I know Dust Onyx isn't cheap, but you know, a lot of people got Dust Onyx for like $48 or $70. So Dust Onyx is definitely
making it's not
like,
cheap.
It's not, and I had to get over that.
And
even,
I know when I got your deck, I was like, oh wow, look at all these additions. Because it wasn't flimsy, it had gilded edges, it had spot UV, it had foil. I was like, how the hell did she pull this? And that was before I even had any kind of ideas of any deck, anything. When I first got it, I had no intention because I had kind of given up on art. Mind you, I went to an art school for high school and I was like, I'm good. I'm cool with my video game endeavors at that point. I was a game designer. And yeah, you did. I mean, I couldn't imagine that deck being cheap by any stretch of the imagination, even if you bought it at unit price.
Right.
Yeah,
but somebody asked when my deck will be available. It'll be available at the end of January, but it won't be getting restocked after it sells out the last time. I know this is like weird to announce that here, but oh well.
No, somebody else. So you good. Jesse, I wanted to speak on the very specific groups and tribes and groupings of people that you used in your deck. Can you tell me a little bit about why that specific crew of people spoke to you when you were designing the pieces?
Actually, the deck includes
there we go.
It includes a lot of different tribes and people and locations. It includes Cameroonians, it includes Nigerians, it includes Congolese. There's so many many different representations of Africa in the deck, and some of them even kind of like intersect and overlap with each other, as far as like some of the swords and people holding the swords. There's kind of like cross-cultural references with the artifacts, and I designed it that way because I didn't want to just specifically, like I said, highlight one narrow aspect of Africa. I wanted everyone to see how all these different facets of African culture can live together, or here and spiritually in the spiritual realm as well, because we're all a culmination of so many different ancestors and lineations. So I like to have that approach with this deck so that people can feel connected to it. Something that a lot of people tell me is that I don't know much about my African roots or my family past a certain amount of generations, but when I interact with your deck, I feel like a soul connection. And I truly believe that because there are so many different aspects of Africa and so many different representations, I feel like every Black person has some type of spiritual connection with my deck.
Okay, thank you. Everybody that, like I was saying, everyone that I spoke to who has your decks, they say that as soon as they pulled it out of the packaging, it made their hands tingle, or they felt the energy coming off of it. People had a real reaction to the, the energy of the work. So I know everything that you're saying about it being, the deck of your ancestors, this is what they mandated, what they envisioned, and you were just the conduit to bring it to life, right?
Yeah, I wanted the Afro Tarot to be the go-to of like Black decks, like almost as Black as it can get. Like if you want to look at something and you see African people, you see African artifacts, and you have that essence and that spirit embodied in it, I feel like it really changes the game. And it also adheres very closely to like the traditional Rider-Waite symbology. So I think it makes it perfect for whether you're a beginner like myself. When I was creating this deck, I was completely beginner, completely just not well versed in tarot or anything about it. So having that connection and that relation to it inspired me so much to like just dig deeper and learn more about it.
Lolu, what is your loud and quiet message in your deck?
Which one?
Both of them, the Okana Oracle deck and the Akamara Tarot.
I would say for Akamara, I think something I've always heard, which was no matter how much you learn, you're still a kid in the eyes of your ancestors, period. I don't care how old you get. You're still a kid. They've been around a lot longer than you have. And especially if they're at that point where they don't have to keep coming back to learn a lesson. They've already learned all they need to learn. And the thing is some of the messages that they give you aren't always powder puff light. That's never been the way I was taught growing up. My grandmother never sugarcoated anything for me, even as a little girl. And even with Okano, it was always about pinpointing traits about ourselves that we like to ignore. But once we get past it, the horizon opens up. Especially if you're stuck in the perpetual dekenga, the perpetual turning, right? With Asho Tele, that was really purely my marrying old school playing card hoodoo shit.
Yes.
With tarot meanings, with oracle feel, because one of my favorite decks mixes them as well. And it was explaining the similarities between ATR like cosmology and belief systems with the Kabbalah and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. and traditional fortune telling meanings, which is why the book is so big. And Tongues of the Mother was just showcasing us in our normal everyday, this is what it is, this is what it looks like. And I tried to put ATR like derivatives, which is like your Palo Mayombe, your Lukumi faith, your things of that nature, as well as stuff that's directly from the source. So I have a bit of tribalism as well, because my dad's Nigerian. And I just try with each one of my decks to try and paint a realistic picture, not a flighty one.
Yes.
And representation obviously matters, but I think where a lot of people get intimidated with decks is that they see skin color representation sometimes, but it's not necessarily tied into things that they would see every day. So like if you're doing ATRs, if you see somebody on there wearing their whites and you're in an ATR, you're gonna see somebody wearing white. I don't care if you're in Dallas, Texas, or if you're in Osun State, Nigeria, you're going to see it. So it was always important to me to marry the different practices in a way that wasn't disrespectful, but was harmonious, beautiful, and regular.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's what the whole my message with this conference is exactly that. What Jesse said, what you just said, and I'm almost positive what Courtney's about to say about what her loud and quiet message is that this Hoodoo nation, this African family, we are all one people, right? And we have to have that necessary respect and reverence for each other, our own experiences, struggles. This is all a part of our story as a collective people, right? So, Courtney, can you share what your loud and quiet messages in Dust to Onyx?
Loud and quiet message. I mean, I think the most, of course, the obvious message is like, like I said, the story of, Blackness and its multiple layers. And similar to what Jesse was saying about, there not being I didn't turn to one particular tradition or culture. It's like an appreciation of the entire diaspora and the ways that culturally, like how so many things overlay for us, in our different traditions. So it doesn't matter, especially amongst people of diaspora, whether you're from South America or the Caribbean or from the continent or the Americas, like you can find something in it for yourself and then find something new for yourself too. And so that's the most prominent message. On a deeper level, I think that Dust to Onyx is about timelessness. And when I did the tour, I called it Dialogues on Free Existence and talked about a lot of kind of my musings on time and the soulscape and the spiritscape and stuff, because like before Dust to Onyx came out, I was having dreams about teaching time to people. And so I kind of think that on like my artistic direction personally is about exploring that more. I think that our indigenous ancestors had a very strong grasp on that idea of timelessness. And so even some of these kind of otherworldly beings that showed up in my dreams and that have kind of the beings that showed up kind of have like the skin tone like my court cards. Like I didn't realize it at the time until looking back at the deck. But when I started looking at some of the elements of the deck, I started seeing some of the elements of these people in the dreams. And I know they're real because I've had two people see them. Like, one directly spoke to me through a friend and another person was creating something for me. And during her meditation, they appeared to her. So I know they're real. But like, there's kind of, I think on a, under the cultural reference in Dust to Onyx is like kind of this reminder that we are from somewhere even further. We are from places that our minds can not even fathom, and that everything that we do know is informed by that. And so it is okay and it's safe, and they want us to seek out, you know, those connections just as well as our earthly ancestors, you know. And so like I said, I don't have all of the answers to what that looks like. I'm still figuring it out myself. You know, even thinking about, like, I know I want to come out with another deck, but like over the past few years dealing with imposter syndrome and
that's
depression
rough.
and all of that. Like, man, we talk about failure, but preparing for success is also a real thing.
Yeah, it's also like hoping it doesn't get too famous, because you see what it looks like, what fame looks like with other people who are struggling, and you're like, please don't do that.
Yeah, the expectation and stuff. And so I haven't created, you know, my artistic practice slowed down a lot once the Onyx came out, but it was also like a huge effort to birth, you know, so I try to give myself some grace, but also, yeah, like going into that realm, you know, and pulling more that out, because I think with the times we're going into, and when we think about healing, and when we think about all of the efforts that our earthly ancestors put before us, we are charged with taking it to a even, you know, I don't want to call it higher, like in this hierarchical way, but expanding the way. Yes.
Somebody made a comment and said the fear of messing up in front of a larger audience, it drives our imposter syndrome a lot. And a way that I kind of check myself on imposter syndrome and like kind of trying to shy away from quote unquote fame and recognition, the biggest audience you'll ever have is your ancestors, and that audience grows every day. And the work that you're doing for them, that's what you need to be focused on. The people here on this realm, they matter, but you're making your decisions based on the fact that you will be amongst your audience of ancestors one day, and we have to do all we can and do all the work that we can. And when I do my any of my artwork, I feel like it's ancestral because it's rooted in African history. And I think that the more I create and the more ancestral work I do, I think of it as me doing this work. I am slowly but surely introducing the world to at least one of their ancestors. It's like a meet and greet. And so we want everyone to be able to congregate and vibe on that level. We have to do the work here on our plane in reality, and we also have to do the work spiritually as well. And it all comes together.
Yeah, thank you for the encouragement.
Y'all all encourage me. Let me say that I'm happy to be here. I'm so excited to just be sitting down and having these conversations with you all, because as creators, there's only a few of us, and I personally have seen you all in my journey, and I've seen us all grow together. And the fact that we're all here right now at this time having this conversation just confirms and affirms that we are
on the first day of the year.
Yes.
Right?
Oh man, I was talking to LA and he was like, yeah, they still move, shorty.
Yeah.
I mean, me and that show are like this. But you know what's bizarre to me, and I don't know if you guys have ever felt this way, but I had a dream, and it was one of my grandmothers, a little tiny, light-skinned woman, curly hair, coiffed, real cute. And she handed me this stack of drawings that she had done. And I remember looking at them because they were tiny and they were all over the pages. And I was like, these are freaking phenomenal. And she was like, just take them. And I remember I dropped like several of the pages on the floor, and people were looking at me like I did something grievously wrong. And I woke up and called my godfather. I was like, what the hell does this mean? And he was like, I'm gonna do divination, hold on. And so he did divination, and he was like, that was one of your ancestors, and she's a Moor, and she always wanted to do something like this, but you're the only one that came at a time where you wouldn't be persecuted for it.
Ooh.
And he was like, all your because I made Alchemorano kind of last year. I have 2 decks coming out this year, plus other decks that I haven't even shown. And it's like at night, I just get these visions, and I'm like, I gotta get this, very much Vincent Van Gogh type shit, only I still have my ears. And like I was like, I gotta stop. And this other lady, like one of my aunts, was like, yeah, you need to slow down and really flesh out these ideas, because now they're starting to blur together and you don't want to go crazy. And I was like, but she keeps feeding me these ideas. And like, long story short, my godfather was like, you need a misa so you can talk to her directly, because this is you're doing too much. You're doing too much. And because like when Courtney said your process is slowed down, mine has gotten out of control faster. Before, I could take weeks working on one drawing, and now it's like I can take a few minutes drawing something and then be like, okay, I'm bored of this, let's move on. And I find myself getting like that with decks, and it's like I find myself getting like that with decks that I've created this year that I haven't even shown anybody. And I'm like, all right, time to move on, because my mind is somewhere else. And things are out of control, especially now that my scary ass has gotten introduced to psychedelics. And my mind is crazy right now, because every now and again I'm like, this is a new level. I'm like, no, stop, please.
Look, I just started doing shrooms a few months ago, because I always have like anxiety around it and stuff, because of my father's mental health history. So I finally did it. And yeah, like I can see that. I haven't like done artwork with it. I think for me, some of the art slowed down, because like when I came out with Dust to Onyx, you know, at least for me, like I felt like, you know, I didn't intend to go and have a career as an artist. Like I had just graduated from school 6 months prior, and I kind of jumped into the art program on a whim. Even then, had no idea where I was going, and then Dust to Onyx happens, and my whole world is flipped. And like even though I can look back at some of my artwork and see that some of my work was kind of going in that direction in terms of how I create, I think that like overall it just still felt like something so beyond me, and this feeling like, can I do this again? Will this come again? Are they still speaking to me? I still struggle to feel, you know, I know my ancestors are speaking to me, but like I'm such a cerebral person, Virgo. So this up here is constantly on go. And it's like, it's kind of hard to filter. I remember even when I was younger, I was like real heavy in the church and stuff, and I wanted to be an evangelist. And me and my friends, we used to practice our spiritual gifts all the time. She was like more prophetic, but I found that my gift was opening my mouth. Like as soon as I spoke, everything came out, because like as soon as I tried to think and see and everything, I couldn't get it. And so like having this conversation, this would remind me to just like get to the canvas, because even during my process of creating Dust to Onyx, I had to just get to the canvas. There are still some of the paintings in the deck that on a personal level, I'm not completely satisfied with, because Virgo me, like,
yeah,
I have a vision. I'm a very, I joked about being Beyonce of tarot in terms of like quality, and it's like that expectation, but I'm really embodying that.
Man, I'm an Aquarius rising.
Yeah.
And you know,
Aquarius moon.
Shrooms. The only psychedelic I've ever done is DMT.
Oh, you went straight to the pros.
Sure did. Because I'm a psychopath.
I tried the DMT, like I tried the DMT, and it's like I did it twice, and the high never hit me, and I'm like, what the heck is going on?
That happened with me with shrooms.
That in private.
That happened with me with acid. I'm shrooms all the way.
We need to get up after this, because I don't know what it did, why it didn't work for me. I was like, well, I don't see anything.
We could talk about it, but as far as shrooms and acid, they last too long, and I'm like, I need to be in my right mind. It just terrifies me just how long it goes, because I'm not one of those people that can relinquish control of myself easily. Like even the first time I did it, the first message I got was, you need to shut up and be that's it. And that's there was nothing else spectacular beyond seeing all these images and feeling like I was falling down like Alice in Wonderland down a rabbit hole of purple Black people looking at me like, please just shut up. Just shut up. And that's what I did. And then after that, they definitely have shaped some of my ideas regarding the esoteric study of tarot. Because before I did tarot, or before I created a deck, I was extremely well versed in reading them, and I didn't have much of a opinion on creating one either way besides just making one for myself. And now that I've gotten perspective on how people have been using my decks, because they're not the easiest decks to use. I'm gonna go out on a limb and just say that, because my first one was made for somebody who is an incredibly proficient reader, not an expert, just proficient. So I understand that it's not a super beginner friendly deck. And even my subsequent decks, like with Ashotele and Tongues of the Mother, they probably aren't that easy either. However, the messages always make sense.
Yes.
And when I introduced those other cosmic elements to it, it definitely gave my opinion on divination a different flavor, because I read with cards, coins, coconut shells, bones, everything. And cards aren't, I design cards, I revere cards, I love cards. I've got a million really old decks, but I also try to integrate some of those principles of bone readings, shell readings, and things of that nature into the cards, so that when people are done using it, they don't feel quite as intimidated by other forms of divination. Yeah. Because even people who are like, oh, I've read tarot, but I don't know how to use playing cards, or I don't know how to use oracle cards, and I don't know how to toss a coin and get a yes or no. That's why one of my decks is coming with a divination coin this time, because it's kind of slowly pushing them to jump off the cliff and learn other terms. Because once you see it, I'll show y'all the designs. The other one, everybody else has to wait because it's a surprise. But yeah, so there's definitely one thing my biggest goal for our community as a whole or at large is to at least be able to get the answers to questions that they have within their own bloodline. Anything that comes after that, it's like, is it really your business? But when it comes to your own family, it's like you should, at a base level, be able to answer your own questions without having to consult somebody else. Right. At least that's how my grandmother said it. She was like, you should be able to answer your own questions.
Absolutely. I agree. I think that's one of the reasons why I started teaching tarot. I learned it from a master tarotist, tarot sophist. And a lot of people kept asking me, can you teach me how to read? And so I started teaching. And the main thing that kept coming up was the lack of trust that people have for their own intuition. People do not trust that what they feel is right, because we live in a society that encourages us to be so disconnected. Yes, so disconnected from our emotion. Logic is favored over emotion. Rationality is favored over emotion. But the emotion is that's your guide. That's what tells you what's coming, what to stay away from. If it don't feel right, don't fuck with
it. That's a lesson in DMT.
Yes. So
that was one of my trips. They were like, who taught you to think that you're not special to your people? Like, where did you get that from? They after that trip.
You mean so much to them. We think that our ancestors are some far gone group on a side that we can't access. And one of the things that tarot does is it connects us to that. I know tarot helped me understand my own gifts, right? As I'm reading people, I'm getting feelings that I don't understand. Like, why do I feel so anxious right now doing this reading with this person? Why do I feel this anticipation right now? And it's pointing me to a future event. So this reading might not be for right now. This reading is for a future time. I want you to understand that the anticipation I'm feeling is I'm waiting for something. So you need to look at this as something for you to, this is a look ahead. This is not for right this second. Kristen said, can you all? Yeah. Okay, can you all speak? I got you. Can you all speak more to leveraging tarot and divination as opposed to other more African forms of divination?
Go ahead. Coins aren't unique. Coins have made their way across the diaspora. So,
you have to think about how different divination elements already relate to your general, like, basic life. When it comes to coin divination, Originally, I've always had an aversion to dice. So I don't use those for just personal reasons. My spirit doesn't move me in that way. But with coins, I felt a connection to coins because I have a spiritual connection to currency and abundance in my life. So, and I use coins almost every day. Like I spend money, I collect coins. I put coins that I collect on my altar in a money jar to draw abundance. And so I just think about, in what way does that move me? I got into herbology because I got a house full of plants and I drink teas and I buy myself flowers when I want to feel good. And I naturally have a connection or inclination to those things. So don't think of it like, oh, I don't know these things. I don't necessarily know everything about the culture. I'm not a master in this. You are a potential master in everything that you focus on. So don't approach elements of divination with expectation. Listen to yourself. That's the thing. When we sit down with our cards, we like, cards, what are you saying? But what am I saying to myself right now? And what conversation can I create with this spiritual connection that's trying to form right now? So I encourage everybody to just try it. Like if it doesn't work with you, that doesn't mean it may not work forever. Try it when you feel moved to do so.
But it doesn't mean that you don't know how.
Thank you. That's it.
All of us.
The first step in learning is not knowing how. So if you don't know something, you are already on the right path.
You try it and you're like, I don't like this. Then you just don't like it, like you said, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you don't know how, because it's like one of my least favorite methods of reading. Doesn't mean that I don't do it, because I do, but it's all about kind of pushing yourself to figure out, okay, I understand how that method works. I don't like it. Cool. I know how, but it's not for me. As far as like leveraging tarot as your sole means of reading, that's perfectly fine too. And somebody said something about learning more about yourself. Most of my conversations with my tarot that aren't outward influenced. It's all about me, what I'm going through, what my mind is doing. How do I fix if I'm feeling fucked up? How do I fix if something around me isn't right? And that goes for any of my methods, because it doesn't always have to be an oracle to how your life is going to go when you're 95 years old. It could be what's going to happen today, what's going to happen tomorrow, what's going to happen next week. Why am I depressed? Where's that depression stemming from? How do I fix it for the time being? How can I develop solutions for long term? How do I cope better with things that are bothering me about relationships, about family, about money, about really anything you can think of? And that's why I tell people, I'm like, don't feel like you have to know every single thing, but at least try them. And as far as like not feeling a particular pull, because there are some divination systems that are closed. Obviously, you have to be initiated to use a great many of them. But as far as the ones that you don't, tossing coins, using playing cards, using tarot, reading tea leaves, those are all fine, like just give them a try.
Yeah. I know. Go ahead. Go ahead, Courtney.
I think sometimes we get so caught up in the system, and that can be intimidating. I think that I'm sorry, it's my cat. She just woke up from him now because I guess I'm too loud. Okay, girl. But so yeah, we get caught up in the system, and so we forget that about breaking the rules. Someone just said something about initiations and ATRs, and so like if you're within a tradition that mandates very specific protocol, that's one thing. That protocol was set there for a reason, but outside of that, the world is constantly giving us messages. My mom knew a woman who used to read water. She sprinkled water on the ground from her
Emmanuel, who's in this chat, reads with water.
Yeah, she would just spray from the water hose and read it. Like, you can read roadkill. If you're using a card system and the way the card system set up isn't completely resonating with you, at the end of the day, you are in charge of your own reality and the language that emerges in your reality. So if you're a visual person, maybe the symbolism won't read the same as it was intended to, but it's still valid. You can take into account I feel like some of the common symbology, some of the common meanings makes sense for the shared reality that we're all living in, but there's a personal reality apart from the things that we share together that are still just as valid. So if green means danger, go for that. You know, and don't feel like you have to, it doesn't have to make sense to nobody. You just need to know it in your gut and your spirit. And so it'll free you in your practice of learning how to use, you know, tarot or any other, you know, divinatory methods that you may feel drawn to. Like Jesse was saying, like, you know, finding divinatory methods just through the common interest and things you're already pulled towards anyway. Like your whole life tells you exactly how you like to process information. Trust how you've processed information up until this time and refine that through your divination practice.
Something that Professor Cheryl.
They quantified the question. The person that asked the original one, they said, are you supposed to be taught in a specific way? Personally, I don't believe that. But I mean, there are plenty of tarot guides out there that'll teach you how to read it on a basic level. But I'm of the belief that the cards figure out how you read and they fall according to the way that you would understand them the best. So for somebody, the Tower card might be fucking terrible. But to me, it's not. I mean, it's just different for everybody. And it's all about just getting a relationship with your cards and reading the way you feel that they feel. And it's going to make sense when they fall according to how you read. So I wouldn't put too much effort into guides unless you're just trying to find out the basic meanings. And then after that, it's all you.
Yep. That's a fact. One of the things that I learned over the years reading tarot is the cards take on different meanings according to who you're reading and the situation you're reading for, right? So if I pull the Two of Swords for one person, it might mean something totally different for the next person, depending on the card in front of it and the card behind it and the exact question that they're asking. Professor Cheryl asked, this tells me that tarot can teach the reader about themselves. It is powerful for learning and self-disclosure. My question is, do most tarot readers work with spirits or divinities or ancestors or astral teachers? In my experience, all of the above. I call on my ancestors. Yeah, I call on my ancestors when I do readings. And I call on that person's ancestors when I do readings too, so I can get the messages from their ancestors for them for that particular situation. I don't call on deities when I do readings, but sometimes they show up, right?
Somebody asked, do you guys use pendulums?
I do.
I've used them off and on. I do like the body pendulum thing, but I use my body as a pendulum to kind of channel like stuff from my higher self, because I'm also, like I said, a very cerebral person. So sometimes I have a sort of delayed response to my own feelings about things. Like, so, you know, even as a tarot creator, I struggle with connecting to my own intuition because of my brain. But I've tried, I've used stone pendulums off and on, but I think like when I first started using them, I got a little scared because I thought I was like talking to somebody else and I wasn't sure.
Demon.
Yeah, it wasn't even a demon, but it was like, okay, I didn't feel like the person that was speaking to me was the person they were trying to make me believe they were. And so trusting that some wasn't right, I was like, let me go ahead and pick this down.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Oh, and then also, I don't know if you guys saw the controversy around this, but I wanted to bring it out because it's a good question. I'm sorry, Reese. I saw it. I was like, I need to ask because I want to know too. Somebody said, what do you all say about the Roma people who say that tarot is a closed system?
I was getting to that.
Oh, sorry, Reese.
It's all good. Go ahead. You gonna moderate it. I'm gonna sit back and watch.
No, that one I've been getting DMs about, and I want to know what y'all think about it because I have my opinions on it, but they're controversial. What do y'all have to say?
They got some damn nerve talking about. Now, go ahead.
I don't think the tarot system is like, I don't think card divination is specific to the Roma. Now, if they have a card deck system, like their own system, like, yeah, I can see that being a closed system. Maybe there is a certain deck of cards or system that they've created. But in terms of playing cards, any sort of cartomancy in general, they don't have ownership over that.
Yeah, that's like saying that bone reading in general is closed because there's so many different ways to read them that are specific to different corners of the world. Like if you take a look at Southeast Asia, they read with chicken legs. And then you look at South Africa and they read with a mixture of different bones and stones and feathers and pieces. It's like, which one are we talking about here? And then the only thing I can say about that is that having seen that that conversation stemmed on TikTok, which is where a lot of things seem to be coming from these days. Ever since it was shared that like a great many of ATRs are closed practices unless you have godparents or whatever is the case and you have to be initiated to do certain things. That's when the conversation got started. And one thing that bothers me is that anytime we have set parameters for things that are uniquely ours, this conversation gets started in other arenas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like when the whole Black Lives Matter thing started, and now we have little booties matter and single people matter. And it's like, okay.
Wait, hold on. I got a little booty.
I have a question.
No, they matter, but like, why do that? You know?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, why when Black people decide, you know what, this is a closed practice.
Here they come. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I don't think you're wrong. Jesse, go ahead.
I have a question for my creators. How do you all feel about white people who purchase your decks? And also, did you all see an increase of that like around the time like the whole Black Lives Matter movement was kind of like booming?
Wait, start over? What'd you say? I was reading his comments.
How do you all feel about white people purchasing your decks? And did you see an increase of that like over this past year with the Black Lives Matter movement kind of booming?
Well, I had a lot of people purchasing with when the deck got started, like on Kickstarter and stuff. And that is when a lot of my problems started with people calling me like a race divider and shit like that. They're like, how come there are no white people in your deck? This is discrimination. And I'm like, oh wow. Anyway, and I still have the receipts. I was flabbergasted. And then when all this stuff happened this year, I saw a lot of performative action going on. And I was like, are you only sharing this because you don't want to be seen as racist? Or like, what is this? Because if that's what it is, leave me out of it. I don't want anybody giving me any kind of charity because they think that I'm not going to succeed otherwise.
Right.
I know when I wrote the artist note in Dust to Onyx, I made it very, very clear that I did not make Dust to Onyx for them. So if they have any emails to send me, like, well,
that's why I put on the box. It's for melanated people.
Yeah.
Well, I
don't
African
mind them
diaspora.
I don't mind them purchasing because I feel like it's like them finding an artifact. Like it's not. It doesn't have. You don't have a connection to the energy, so you can keep this object in your house all you want, but ain't nothing finna show up for you.
Well, I had somebody buy it talking about the deck doesn't want me to use it. I already asked, and they made a whole ass YouTube video.
Wow.
And I was like, yo, you bought this so that you could be discriminated against by the deck.
You know,
go ahead, no refunds. I've had some of them email me and be like, you know what, like this isn't for me, but I gifted it to a Black person in my life and stuff, because some of them will try it. They will want to have a piece of it, and then they get it and they be like, oh, this really was not for me. And I'd be like, look, I told you. There was one girl, like this white girl, for a while, she sent me money every time she used it for a reading. as a form of reparations. Okay, like I see
Okay.
it. I see them purchasing the deck as like, you're supporting my platform so I can continue to make more decks for the Black folks who need it. Because realistically, you know, a lot of us are just emerging. So like, yeah, like I don't, on a financial level, I don't feel a ways, because my priority and who I actually speak to is our folks, and they absolutely should be giving me all the coins to continue to make work that speak to our people. And I don't care if it does anything for them, and they know I don't care if it does anything for them, and they better not email me about it. And I don't care about their opinions on quality. They email me like, oh, the cards.
They've all been emailing me instead.
Yeah, I get some of those emails too.
Yeah, I'd be like,
one chick was like, on your,
we gotta close out. We gotta close out this one. I gotta make, because we went way over because I was late, so I wanted to make sure y'all got all your time in. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead. Thank you. So I can't express how nourishing this conversation has been for me. I know everybody who's here felt it too. So thank you again for coming. And hopefully, as we have these conversations, y'all can come back and grace us with your presence again. Yes, let's do this again. We got to keep highlighting our shit. It has to be at the forefront. It has to be at the forefront of our minds. This is not for the white gaze. Nothing that I do, create, develop is for white people to look at and say, oh, look at the Negroes. It's for us to look at us and say, oh, this is who I am, because I didn't know before. Or even if I did know before, there's a deeper aspect that I can go into. So I really appreciate y'all and everything that you've done for the culture, for the art world, and for yourselves. And in turn, because of the overflow, for us as well. So drop your pay links, drop your email addresses, website, so everybody knows where they can get in touch with you to finish up with their questions.
Do we put that in the chat?
Yeah, you could throw it in the chat. That's fine.
I have an email if anybody has questions. Or, I mean, you could just DM me on Instagram. For the most part, I answer my DMs. For the most part.
All right. Is everybody here for the next one? I need Christina Springer, Gerard Miller, Tyrell Blake Moss. I saw you in there. I think I saw everybody in there. Go ahead and make yourselves known so I can add y'all as panelists for our Hoodoo Quantum Futurism. Professor Yvonne, were you interested in participating in this panel? I know I emailed you about it, but I don't think I didn't check to see if you responded to me at all. Yes? All right, yay! Joy, I didn't ask you, but I want to know, do you want to be on this panel too? Because I feel like you have a lot of insight about time travel, Hoodoo Quantum Futurism, and the like. So let me know. She said, no, I look a mess right now. All right. All right. So thank you again, Jesse, Lolu, and Courtney. I really appreciate y'all. And I'll be hitting y'all up soon for part 2.
I'll be ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hey.
Do I just stay around if I want to be like, watch
the
next? I just hang around.
Yeah, that's fine. Don't go nowhere.
All right.
Stay for the whole thing. Here we go. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm about to put you on, Gerard. Hold tight. Give me just a second. Promote to panelists. Gerard Miller. Promote to panelists. Tyrell. Promote to panelists. And Professor Sharon. Promote to panelists. All right. I think y'all should be able to turn your video on. There you go. Ia Christina, beloved Tyrell, beloved Gerard, beloved Professor Cheryl. Thank y'all so much for coming through. Go ahead and unmute your jammies for me. Okay. Oh my goodness, this just feels so right and good, don't it? Okay. So the title of this panel is Hoodoo Quantum Futurism. I'm going to have everyone go through and introduce themselves, but first I wanted to say, before we get started, this is a panel that I really want this is a thinking panel, right? A thinking panel and a feeling panel. So you have to really think about getting your head and heart connected and not just living up here. Okay. Like Courtney was saying in the last panel, we have a tendency, just like many of us have a tendency to be constantly in our minds and not thinking with the two in tandem, right? Turning one off to access the other when the two can work together. So the question that I asked when I was putting this together was, and this is something that Joy said today too, what does Black life look like outside of the white imagination, right? Something that Professor Cheryl mentioned was developing Hoodoo laboratories yesterday. And the mention of it got my wheels turning, right? Because I'm like, Hoodoo laboratory, oh my God, what does that look like? So my imagination is like dried lizard dust in, big jars, dried snakeskin dust, candle dressing venom, honeysuckle powder, gopher dust, peacetime creations, wartime creations, dream access elixirs, right? And then from there, I veered off into what does a Hoodoo constitution look like? Right? In the midst of all our Hoodoo factions, you got your Midwestern Hoodoo, which is a whole different style than Southern Conjure out of like South Carolina, which is very different than Mississippi Conjure, which they're all linked, they're all connected. They have a lot of similarities, but it's a lot of things that are very starkly different, right? How do we create a constitution that makes sure all of our Hoodoo families remain united, right? Then I'm like, okay, what's our educational system based on? What's our governing body look like? What are our celebrations and holidays? Crime and punishment, and all the ways we have to decolonize all those aspects before we even have a conversation of what that looks like, right? So this panel is going to discuss the ways that Hoodoo is alive and thriving in all of us. And each of these people on the panel have their own mission journey, like a wheelhouse of knowledge and ability where they can say, this is how you can access your practice through dreams, environment awareness, and time travel. So buckle in, keep up, and we about to hop right in. So can I get Ia Christina to introduce herself, and then we'll go down the line.
Yeah, I'm Christina Springer. I'm an artist living here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I live in the here, the now, tomorrow, and yesterday also. I am grateful to be here courtesy of my ancestors who made it possible for me to breathe this air and see this light. And I give them all thanks and praises for putting us all in this space together today.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tyrell. You can unmute yourself.
My name is Tyrell Blackmoss. Is black like a black bear. My pronouns are they, them, and he, him. I grew up in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and I live in Tucson, Arizona, in the desert surrounded by 4 mountain ranges. And I'm really excited to talk to y'all. I have like more intro that I'll do a little bit later when I do my slides.
Okay. All right, Gerard.
Peace, everybody. My name is Gerard Miller. Baltimore born and bred with roots in Maryland and North Carolina that go back as far as the country. Yeah, like Tyrell said, I'll share more later.
Okay. And Professor Cheryl.
Hi, everyone. I'm Yvonne Chiro. I teach out here about 30 minutes out of Philadelphia at Swarthmore College, and I am mainly interested in documenting the history of Hoodoo from its origins, which go back even beyond, farther than we can know, to the future. So this is wonderful. This is a wonderful conference. So I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. So, all right, we're gonna hop right into presentations. So, Gerard, we're gonna start off with you, and then we'll go to Tyrell, and then we'll do Christina. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and make you the host so you can share your screen. After that, you can make me the host again, and then I'll just pass it on to each person. Unless you're able to make Tyrell a host right after yours, you can do that. So, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now. Make host, okay. Yes. There you go. Take it away.
Peace, everyone. Again, my name is Gerard Miller. I had some stuff planned, but I think I'm going to do it a little bit differently than what I had in mind. So let's see, screen share. This one. Yes. Okay. Google Slides. What do I? I'm so used to Microsoft, so I'm like, where is the view show thing? Present. Okay. So when Rish approached me about this topic, the phrase that came to mind was the eternal present. And so I wanted to talk about what Rish proposes, Black quantum futurism within Hoodoo, Rootwork, and Conjure, but grounding us in understanding Africans' relationships with time and how we can manipulate that for our own uses. I'm Gerard Miller. My nieces and nephews know me as Uncle Bird. I go by they, them. I'm a non-binary human being. I'm an herbalist, ritualist, birth worker, story keeper, conjure, specifically with those mid-Atlantic roots from Maryland, North Carolina, a root worker, and an Ashegi Achoine, which is traditional Cherokee name for a non-binary queer worker, and it connotes the sacred roots and roles of that role. So time in an Africana context. Time, first thing to understand about Africans and time is that we see time most often as spiraled. Some people will say that time is circular, but that's not quite the same, because circular would have you think that the same exact things happen over and over, whereas within a spiral, we reach the same point again and again. We reach the same place, but the circumstances are different. So we often will talk about, even within the so-called civil rights movements and liberation movements, we say, oh, well, we've been here before, and we've done this again, and this has happened before. Yes, and we reach similar moments in history again and again because we are spiraling out. And whether we spiral toward ourselves or out toward others in the universe is largely up to us, and we'll get to that in a second. In many African contexts, time is seen as a phenomenon that can be understood as much as any other through observation and contemplation. Our people develop complex systems for perceiving and measuring time. And as those patterns emerged, those patterns were shared widely among guilds, secret societies, priestly sects, whose job was to study time. That's where we get things like astrology from, is a concerted effort to observe and reflect on the movements of celestial bodies over generations. And when they saw patterns, they shared those patterns with each other and then with their students. And we get these schools of thought. So you have everything from noting the seasons, what grows when, what is good to grow when do things die, when do the rains come, when, especially if we're talking about West Africa, when does the harmattan blow? They, across generations, established patterns. I would say that the average pre-colonial African citizen, we're talking east to west, north to south, was versed in about 3 separate calendars. So you had the seasonal calendar of growing and harvest, which was distinct from, but informed by, an understanding of celestial movements. And then you had the calendars that judged market or governed market days. And different societies will have a different number of market days. And you might have calendars on top of that dealing with sacred or liturgical calendars for deities or ancestors and times to work different things. So Africans' concept of time is very complex and multi-layered. But as with everything else within our traditional cultures, they were often primed as children through the stories that were told. And so when you're raised within esoteric, what we call it now, culture, the outsiders see it as esoteric, see it as hidden knowledge. But there are things that a child in Oshobo right now will understand about their culture. No initiations, no sitting in a school, none of these things, because they were raised and because they grew up on certain stories that informs their outlook. I'm prattling, which I know I would. One thing to understand as we've observed things and as we consider time a phenomenon, is that we've come to understand that time can be bypassed. Africans in various cultures throughout time have had an understanding of the space-time continuum, which is something that theoretical physics in the West has just arrived at in the last century. But the space-time continuum has been known about, and in the same ways that time. Some may have seen a model of space-time continuum. It's like a grid, and then of time, and then matter or some physical presence comes and it warps the time around it. The same thing happens with time affects space. This is why we age, because time affects our physical beings. But if you think about running a race with someone, and I just watched Wonder Woman 1984, we think about shortcuts. We can make shortcuts. We can take shortcuts to get from one physical place to another in less time by using our time differently. One person will run from here to there in a linear way, and they'll use their time in a certain way that gets them to that different place at a certain time. But you can use your time differently if you go a different way, and you can arrive there sooner. Or if you dally, we all most of us have heard the story of the tortoise and the hare. If you use your time poorly, then you arrive at the space differently. So if you can take a shortcut to get from one place to another in less time by using your time differently, can you take a shortcut to get from one time to another by using your space, by using the material elements around you differently? This is the question that I want to explore. So what I really want to focus on is the use of ritual and ceremony as time travel, and the idea that then, be that the past, be that the future, be that an alternative timeline, then, whenever then is, exists now. This is a photo of a drawing in a book of the Ama's egg, which is central to Dogon theology. The Dogon are people from Mali. They live in the Bandiagara escarpment. It's a big word for cliff. And these are hill people who, in their own oral tradition, are said to descend from peoples who left the invasions on the Nile. These are, by their own account, Kemetic people who traveled to escape and wound up in the mountains near the start of the slave trade and colonial era. They saw what was happening in the lowlands, and they got to the hills. And they've been able to preserve culture to a ridiculous extent. But they have understandings of astrology, of astronomy, that confused Western scientists to this day. They knew about the movement of a star, Sirius B, which is supposed to be invisible to the naked eye. You need a high-powered telescope to see it. But this African people who have an oral tradition reaching back to Kemet, to ancient Kemet, have a foundational knowledge. That's literally how they organize their society, is around the movement of this unseeable star. But I say all that to say, Amma's egg forms the basis of their cosmology. And I can wax poetic for a long time about how it's an analogy, or we're taught in our schools now about the Big Bang. Amma's egg could be said to be the state that the universe was in, matter was in, right before the Big Bang. Everything that existed, everything that exists, everything that will exist is and was contained in Amma's egg. And there came a time when a word was spoken and Amma's egg cracked, and there was a great explosion of light and heat, and that was the moment of creation. Those of us who grew up in Christianized circles or Abrahamic circles will know about in the Bible they say, God said, let there be light, and there was light. In the Quran, it says that Allah said, be, and it was, right? And everything broke out from there. One thing, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen from here, is that we understand intrinsically, and be and it is, thank you, Rish. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. Everything that is always was, everything that was always will be. It's just, you go from energy to matter, matter to energy. And we understand that we are participating in the divine, right? In Godness, which means that we have the ability to tap into the moment of creation every time. We have the ability if we only had the technology, if we only had the tools. Now, Western technology has created the Hadron Colliders, these huge machines that they bury stories underground that create the perfect environment for us to see an atom, the smallest perceptible element of being, right? They create the perfect environment. They create a vacuum, they create, yes, Professor, they create a vacuum, they create this thing just to allow for the chance to observe a moment in molecular time to break. But there's also this fallacy, because in science, as soon as you go to observe a phenomenon, you affect it, and that effect can be observed. It's this, again, spiraled relationship. Well, short of a large hadron collider, what did our ancestors use? As Professor Shiro said, they had their understandings. They had their consciousness. They had their ability to, using spiritual technology, to create a space outside of time. They used a combination of visuals, literally, symbols that would bring certain things to mind. They used sound. Sound meditation is becoming a big thing right now, sound healing. They used scent, incense, and smoke, and perfume, and all of these things to bring out certain elements. And I'm getting tingles. As an herbalist, I could go into, the different herbs that they used produce different physiological effects. Each herb has certain oils, certain terpenes, certain constituent parts that affect the body in a certain way, affect the mind in a certain way. But they also affect the things around it, because, and I always look, and I'll stop talking quickly, but it's and I'm gonna do this, the me that I am right now is different than the me that I am right now. Because particle physics tells us that we are massive fluid particles. We're always moving. We are always, in a way that we can't perceive, our atoms are flowing. So there's part of me that is no longer in my neck that is now in my hair. There's part of me that was in my hair that is now in my shirt, and it's flowing through. It's all touching. It's all in touch. But if I can use the elements around me, my physical environment, I can touch atom to atom to atom to atom, something that came way before me and something that will come way after me, or to bring something from another space, because quantum physics now understands multiverse, and that every time there's an experience, every time we make a choice, every time there's an occurrence, what actually happened, what we actually experienced goes here, and there is an alternative timeline in which a different choice was made, and a different experience happened, a different phenomenon occurred, and that happens here. So what if I want to, and this is why we come to divination, which is the talk before, right? Generally, folks will kind of disparage tarot sometimes, as well, go to tarot to get a message, and you can kind of take it or leave it. Cool. But, and this is me quoting people, this is not my own opinion, but, as Africans, when we go through our divination, you get, and I'm not going to name any names, I don't want to call nobody out, but you get our kind of divination, and you got to do something about it. Because the reason we come as Africans, because you can, I say all that because you can get the same kind of prescriptions and things from tarot, from any other divination system, if you want it, right? That wisdom is contained in there because it's in Hama's egg. It exists. The knowledge is reachable. But the reason we say in Ifa, Orisha, Afa, Fa, whatever you call it, throughout West Africa, you come to see the path that you are on right now, and you can anticipate, if you stay on this path right now with the things and the energies around you, then you will reach this result. But if you were to change something in your current state, in your mentality, in your actions, in your words, you can change that destiny. You can change the path that you're on. You can take a shortcut to a different timeline in which you could get better results or avoid peril. And it's something that is so intrinsic to us, we don't even understand it. And we said it's some hard choices, right? And we get ebos sometimes that are lifetime. If you don't do this thing, because not doing this thing, affects, I keep swapping between like spiritualist and scientific stuff, but you could affect the shape of one string, which would affect the quality of the atom that moves within the molecules that go and turn everything around. I have a lot more to say, but Alma's egg, I started with the Dogon because they're sexy and because there are videos and things out there. And what has been shared is a comparison between African traditional knowledge and current Western understandings in a one-to-one that is less clear when we're looking at other systems. But I want to say that Alma's egg for the Dogon is analogous to, I'm not saying it's the same, it's analogous to Odu within Ifa Orisha worship. There is Rish. So there is pure potentiality, the pureness of wisdom, the pureness of existence, everything that is, was, and will be contained within this vessel, contained within the darkness at the beginning of creation, out of which everything else springs forth. There are concepts in Southern Africa which say a similar thing, but it's the idea of the cosmic womb, the cosmic container, the cosmic seed. And when we create a ritual or ceremonial space, when we mark, this is the beginning of this experience, this is the end of this experience, we draw in certain energies, we produce certain sounds, be it words, songs, making other types of music. We bring in scents, and again, with all the chemical constituents of that. We have smoke, we have light, we have color, we have all of these things that together produce a vibration that creates a seed, a container in and of itself. And that's why those moments are sacred. I was raised in a way that when certain types of ceremony were happening, you don't film, you don't record. You know, put away the tape recorder, put away the video camera, stop writing, because what you need to do is experience what has happened. You need to be within the container. You need to find yourself in the seed so you can remove yourself out of time and fully take in the power of that moment and carry it forward. Also, the moments that we create now, the ceremonies that we do as oral tradition, when we use the words that our ancestors used, when we use the technologies that they used, we draw them into the present. When we call on those ancestors to be with us in that moment of ceremony, they are with us. When we speak forward to our descendants, we do so in the hope of becoming an elder who will become an ancestor, that they will reach back and bring us into their present. And in that, we bring them backwards in time to ours. And in that moment of ceremony, again, when we say, we give honor to the elevated ancestors of our mothers and fathers' sides we talk to the directions and we say the north, the east, the south, the west, the above, below, the here. We are drawing everything down into that quantum moment, into that atomic present in which we have all power. We have access to all power, let me say that. And it's through honing our tools, honing our understandings, and our consciousness, as Professor Shiro said, that we are able to expand our own gifts and touch the lives of those around us, and life as ceremony. Healing. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you so much, Gerard. Yeah, that was very profound, very insightful, and it's gonna hopefully encourage us to reflect on how we think about time, how it's not something just A and B, it's A, F, 1, 9, comma, asterisk, so it's many things, at one time, just like, you know. So yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and did you make me the host again so I can make, okay. Okay, okay. So you made Terrell the host. Terrell, when you're finished, you can make Christina the host, and then we'll have our question and answer session. Gerard, I did have a question for you before we go on to Tyrell. How do you think the future reflects back to now? Like our great grandchildren giving us messages right now, telling us what they need us to do to set up a future for them. Is that in our imagination is how we plan for them, or is that in real time, quote unquote time, where this spiral is happening in many dimensions at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes, right? So if we think about the prayers that I pray when I'm, and it's a riff on the Christian one that I grew up with, but when I ask my ancestors for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, for guidance, protection, and peace, for grace, mercy, and favor, part of that is acknowledging that they already exist and they can see behind me to those who come after me and can speak in the spirit. We also African understandings of reincarnation and the transmigration of the soul. And there is a part of our ancestors that are reborn in us. There's a part of us that will be reborn in our descendants. If anybody watches The Last Airbender or Legend of Korra, talk about the Avatar being reborn. There's a seed of consciousness that goes from one to the other. So if all I have to do is talk to myself, the element of me that came from my great grandmother, the element of me that will live on in my great grandchild, I'm just talking to myself. It's still that self-reflection that we talked about in other forms of divination, but I'm doing it. And often again when I'm indicating toward my altar, I talk about being bone of your bone, flesh of your flesh, blood of your blood. And so yeah, it's happening in real time because quantum physics talks about now, then, and what's to come. So yes, it is happening in real time. It's also happening in our imagination, but in an African worldview, those things are not separate.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Terrell, take us away.
Hey y'all. All right, let's share my screen. Okay, so I'm gonna start with some intros. Gerard, thank you so much. There was a few things that I was like, "Ooh, how am I going to explain all of this in 7 minutes?" And your work was like a super great intro. So a little bit about who I am. So I'm Tyrell Black Moss. I also go by TBN, which is representative of my 3 heads. My pronouns are they, them, and he, him. So they, them refers to me as a multiplicity, and he, him is an average of the 3 of us. So I am a Afro-Indigenous cross-cultural shamanic practitioner. I have listed some of the traditions that that my ancestors have initiated me to, and that I have been initiated in community. So I am a 3-headed hoodoo. I'm a dream worker, and I'm the founder of Cause Rain, which is a spiritual and personal development organization that also has a school called Dream School, where I teach folks how to understand the messages from their lineage in their dreams. I am a trans masculine matriarch. I am a Pachacuti Mesa carrier, which is a form of Peruvian curanderismo. I was initiated in coastal Ecuador by Dr. G. Love. I am a Sangoma Gobela initiate, which means that I am in training to be able to train other Sangomas. My elder is Queen Torch of Eana Temple in South Africa. And a friend of mine recently started calling me the layered lullaby king. And so at the end of my presentation, I'm going to share one of my lullabies with y'all. So I have a few mantras before I get into the medicinal presence and the medicinal media. So one of the mantras that I've been thinking a lot about, that we've been talking a lot about in Dream School, is reverence for the medicine and the living receipts of Black trans spiritualists. A lot of folks seem to be looking for the receipts of Black people being trans across all the time back in Africa. And this is something Christina mentioned about thinking about a mythical Africa that exists outside of colonization, and to really remember and respect that people, Black and trans right now, are the living receipts of the ways that we have always had this multiplicity, this fluidity of gender in our experiences. Another mantra is all work is spiritual, especially the anti-colonial liberation work. Also, I can't see the chat, y'all, so if you're asking questions, I don't actually know how to see it. And then the last mantra is love is communal care. So yesterday there was some talk about the importance of self-care, and something that we've been talking about in Dream School and different organizing spaces is that the self-care is super important, but if you are only learning how to take care of yourself as an individual, some of the wounds around interpersonal relationships are not being addressed, and that we are all living under this oppressive system, and we need to create new ecosystems of care that allow us to heal individually and heal together. All right, cool. I'm just gonna pull up the chat so I can see y'all. I feel like I can't see anything. Can't see no people. Yes, okay, got the chat. All right, so what is medicinal presence? So I'm a dream worker, and so a lot of how I begin teaching folks about dreams is to really look at your present space. There's a lot of things that you can do while you're awake to impact what your understanding of your dreams, to impact how your dreams are coming through to you, etc. So when I first start thinking about medicinal presence, we're thinking about mapping one's experience, coming to an understanding that the body is a portal. And if you listen to the body and all the information that the body has to offer, then you become wise. And so how do you listen to your body? How do you listen to your body as a portal? That is to consider the nervous system. So everything you feel, everything that you feel like in your heart, everything that you feel on your skin, ringing in your ears, all the sensations, consider the nervous system as a communication system. And when we, as people who have been colonized, and as people who consume a lot of media, our nervous system and our communication system gets blocked, it gets clogged, it gets bombarded. And so considering what is medicinal presence is a lot of cleaning work out and learning to reset the nervous system so that you can understand the communications that are coming through. And so this diagram that I have here, I really love that Gerard mentioned the egg, because when I was initiated, Dr. G. Love was explaining experience to me as a layered egg. And they drew this a drawing with these 4 layers, with the body being in the center, like the yolk of the egg. And I've drawn this drawing over and over again for the last 4 years and to come up with this diagram. So my understanding of the drawing that my elder gave me. And so my understanding is that the body exists in the center. It is the physical, it is the solid. And so what is taught in Pachacuti Mesa is that each of the directions represent one of these bodies as well. So the mental body, so the things that you think, the way that you understand, the way that you process what's going on in the world and what you're seeing, what you're experiencing sensationally, the mental lies in the east. The east is Inti Taito. The east is the fire. So I use this diagram with the holes in it, like these slash lines, to represent how fire is not solid. Fire is constantly moving. There are holes in fire. And, in terms of our logical understanding of things, there are holes. There are things that are missing in that. Sometimes fire can move really quickly to make transformation. And so the next layer of the diagram is the emotions. And so in Pachacuti Mesa, the emotions lie in the west with Mama Kia, with all of the water. And so when we look at how water moves, water flows to fill up a container. So the emotions is this solid circle around the mental. And as Rish mentioned, as you do the tarot divinations, when Rish starts to feel things, those are the messages from spirit. And so spirit in Pachacuti Mesa lies in the north. It is the air. It is where the ancestors reside. It is Wiracocha. And the spirit is the outer layer of the diagram. And as Gerard mentioned that time is a spiral in African traditions, this diagram is also, it's a summary of a spiral. To think about this as the 4 directions or an egg, it's also moving. It's also constantly moving. But in terms of diagram, to understand this one part, it's stopped. This is a stopped moment of the body interacting with the mental, interacting with the emotions, interacting with spirit. And so that understanding, so this diagram also exists in every single object that's around us. So I wrote a paper in 2017 called Objects as Portals, Ways to Enter Places to Decolonize and Evolve. So my definition that I was using was that an object is the space filled by the coming together of 2 or more voids. So a void can be thought of as a without in relation to a with or a negative space. And so I was thinking about this definition because as I was getting this vast amount of information in this diagram, and this was new to me, like, okay, now I have to like recalibrate and understand all the messages that are coming into me. So I need to separate some things out. So what is the with, what is the without? So I can start to organize the sensations that I'm experiencing. So one of the examples that I thought of was 2 hands clapping. So if the silence is the void, then the clap is the space that's filled by the coming together of the 2 voids. And so a portal can be any object, can be any objects. Another example, you have a white sheet of paper, you make a red mark. The red mark is the portal. And since I work with dreams, we can take it even bigger. So the dream as an object. So if all of existence is the void, is the black hole, is the void, and then the dream is the object, how can that be a portal, a space for travel? A dream, when you wake up, it becomes a memory. A dream, when you understand what it means, when you interpret it, it can be future sight. When you don't remember the dream at all, and then you see another object when you're awake and you experience that deja vu, then the deja vu is the object. The dream is the object, and the objects are the portals. So in terms of shifting time and moving time and understanding time, and some of the questions that folks were asking about like, can you change the past? Can you change the future? For sure. But you need to start to curate the portals that are around you. So in Dream School, one of the first things that we do is we do a lot of cleaning and asking, what are the objects in your physical space? Like, what portals do you have all around you that you are using, that are maybe slowing you down, that are maybe causing noise? What's in your physical space? What's in your mental space? What's in your emotional space? What's in your spirit space? And if it's too cluttered, you're not necessarily going to be able to hear with clarity or understand with clarity or feel with clarity about the messages that are coming in. And so the way that, so I'm an artist. I've always been an artist. And so one of the ways that I am creating a curation of portals is through something I'm developing called medicinal media. So I want to give a trigger warning that I am going to talk a little bit about, have the question, how to understand the difference between the spirit space and the mental emotional space, please. How to understand the difference between the spirit space and the mental emotional space. Okay, so I think that It is hard to say in words, yeah. When I used to draw this diagram, I would draw the body and then I would draw the mental emotional space as a squiggly line, kind of like folded DNA maybe. And the spirit space as something like even further away from the squiggly line of the mental and emotional in the mental and emotional space. And so how to tell the difference, where is the border? I think when I'm teaching students, the border becomes more apparent the more you clean the physical spaces, the mental space, the emotional space, the spirit space. And I think that's also where the communal care comes in for folks to be able to reflect back to the things that you're seeing. Because I think that because it's all invisible, like it's not necessarily something that you can see with your eyeballs. I'm gonna come back to that. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question because yes, it is hard to say in words. So in terms of the medicinal media, and I also think after y'all watch the video, there may be like someone else may have words about differentiating between those two spaces. So a little bit of the background of medicinal media. So I am going to mention suicide. So this is a trigger warning for folks if you have lost somebody in that particular way, if you maybe need to step away or take care of yourself in a different way. For me, I have some rose water around. I have my snacks and my drinks. That's how I'm taking care of myself. So thinking about developing this praxis and the words for the concept of medicinal media started in about 2016 for me. It was a desire to bring the medicine of African and Indigenous ceremony to my friends who are Black, Brown, queer, and trans, and to the elders who cannot travel. So as Gerard was talking about, that the time travel can happen in ceremony and in ritual. And for me personally, my ancestors require that I do this really vast travel, like that I go initiate in coastal Ecuador, that I go and put my feet in the ash of the volcanoes in Hawaii. Like I have to go there, but not everybody is able to do that. You know, folks who have like a disability where they need to stay at home, they can't necessarily get on a plane and go travel to Hawaii. So what are we creating now or what could we create now with the technologies that we have access to that can be portable? Like what does portable ceremony look like? What does ceremony that is digital look like? And so the medicine of this, you know, isn't new, but I want to offer this specific bridge of making something portable and how do we make it safe? You know, since there are many ceremonies that like cannot be recorded, and to put the difference between, so ask myself what I'm thinking. Yes, that's a good way as well, Rish. I want to create this specific bridge. And so something that I've noticed and something that I've experienced is that my friends are, you know, they're committing suicide. They are leaving this realm early. They are returning to the ancestral realm. Gen Z, the generation after us, so the people who are currently kids, their suicide rate is skyrocketing. It's much higher than the millennials. And they also are consuming a really vast amount of colonialist media. So they're watching TV, you know, they're online, etc., 40 hours a week, which is a full-time job. They're consuming media as a full-time job. And so if we're thinking about medicinal presence and the things that we need to like push against, there has to be something that we are thinking about in terms of media and the things that the kids are consuming. So like I said, one of the ways that I want to curate portals and curate ceremony is through medicinal media. So some of the working principles of medicinal media. So what is it? So it's combining the musical traditions of my gospel choir parents, you know, my indigenous ancestry, and, you know, my spiritual training as a Sangoma and a cross-cultural shamanic practitioner. So in my creation of the medicinal media, I am drawing on the past and I'm bringing the past to the present. It is an experiment of the dissonance and the resonance of the universe. So as Gerard was talking about healing through sound and healing through sound as a portal. And so how do I create this? So I will go into a ceremony space with the intention for this to be distributed as ceremony to others. And so I'm thinking about things such as which medicines am I using? You know, so these are some of the ways that I've been initiated. So which medicines am I using for a particular message? When does the public, when does, you know, the students in Dream School, when do they need to receive that message, and how much? So how long should it be? What instructions should be given to them about how to open the ceremony, how to close the ceremony, how to take care of themselves afterwards? What is the dosage? And then why? So as I talk about medicinal media more with folks, I'm realizing that I need to also create some container about why is the medicinal media created. So it needs to be created in response to a specific individual or collective ailment, specifically concerning the impacts of colonization and marginalization. So if we have large societal things happening, such as Gen Z and their suicide rates, going up, that needs to be something that is done collectively. That's not something that only one person can be creating medicine for. And so to create ecosystems of care requires us to be thinking about, like, okay, what can I do as an individual? You know, what have I seen? What have I experienced in my personal life? What do I need for myself? And then how can I scale that for other folks? And so that's what I'm doing. You know, this is a video that exists on YouTube now. You know, it's a video, we use videos in Dream School to think about ceremony, for folks to have access to spaces that they, you know, cannot necessarily get on a plane to go access. And so, and then the function of the medicinal media is to reset the nervous system with the technology of healing frequencies. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little bit of breath because I feel like I just said a lot of things. Does anybody have any questions? We're gonna talk a little bit about some ceremony frameworks, and then I'm gonna play a 3-minute video. Okay, so this is one of the first slides that Dream School students see. And this is how we are talking about ceremony that can be done remotely. So Dream School happens completely online. And people are spread out. I think at this point we're international. We have some people in Brazil and some people in Canada. So we're working together, very spread out. So these instructions, because I'm a cross-cultural shamanic practitioner, these instructions come from sitting at the feet of elder in multiple traditions. And this is a generalized structure of a way to be in ceremony, a way to listen to yourself, a way to listen to your ancestors, a way to listen to the objects and the portals that are around you. So y'all could read this. I'm only gonna do a couple so that we can get into the video, which will be the little mini version of ceremony space. So we can all take some collective breaths to do some cleaning. So the cleaning will happen through the breath to help to clean out some of the mental and emotional space. So we're gonna breathe in through the nose, filling the belly, out through the mouth, and let it out audibly. Oh, breathe in through the nose, filling the belly, and let it out audibly. Oh, one more time. Breathe in through the nose, filling the belly, let it out audibly. Oh. And to ground the space, we're gonna use our voices and we're gonna tone with the lowest note that you can. So
for this, can we get all the panelists to unmute your microphone so we can participate. I like to participate. I want to hear it. I like to hear it. It makes me feel it a lot stronger.
I can't see. Everybody unmuted?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so tone the lowest note that you can. And then to open the space, folks can write in the chat an I am statement. This can be something that you're feeling right now, a way that you introduce yourself, some type of intention, any adjective, a state. You can keep doing those as I start the video. I think y'all might have to mute for a while I play the video so it doesn't. Listen to my children's needs. We have to be rid of this disease. Lay down your weapons. Let all the baggage share. Tend to your dead. Tend to your dead. Have to let these wounds close. Hundreds of years gone by. Violence to lands unknown. Too many hands gone wrong. Too many hands gone wrong. This work is too sacred. This work is too sacred. This work is too sacred. To waste my time, my mind, my body, my soul. To waste my time, my mind, my body, my soul. Listen to my children's needs. Listen to my children's needs. We have to be rid of this disease. Listen to my children's needs. We have to be rid of this disease. Wake up, time to shine. Let your joy lead the way. Wake up, time to shine. Let your joy lead the way. Let your joy lead the way. Let your joy lead the way. Let your joy lead the way.
That was a beautiful affirmation. I felt it in my body, and it was a beautiful message to start this new year. Thank you for that connection. Go ahead and is this the conclusion of your presentation?
It can be. We can also close out a little bit.
Go ahead. Yeah, no. You go ahead, do your thing, finish up, and you can go ahead afterwards, make Christina the host so she can do her presentation as well. You have a presentation, right, Ia? Yes, okay. So all right, we'll do it like that.
Okay, and so what Reach said initially, like that's the documentation. How did you respond with what things came up for you? These videos are also meant to be watched over and over again. They're meditative videos. They're videos that can, transform and be used at different times and in different spaces. So I could put the link in the chat for the YouTube video if folks want to watch it again. And so for the closing, we can put in the chat, I will statements. So something that you learned from it, something that you will move forward in the future. I will statements. And for grounding, I'm gonna do an audible low note if folks want to unmute and do it with me. And then we'll do one more thing to clean. So and then to clean, we're gonna wipe our bodies down. All right, that's what I got. Where is the controls for the making of the host?
I think I have the ability to share screen now. I think I'm already a host.
You are now.
Okay. Okay. And looking for, hold on a second. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. The problem I'm having is I cannot see my I've lost everything. Hold on. Oh, darn it. Where'd it go? Does anyone see the screen?
Yes, we see it.
You do.
Yep.
I'm not seeing it. Hold on a second. I'm lost here.
What's the problem, Mama? What you trying
I've
to do?
lost the Zoom and everything.
Try
goodness.
try to exit and go back in.
Okay.
Exit the screen. Because we see it. We see it. And we see you too.
Yeah, we see you. We see the panel.
Okay. I just can't see my notes.
Oh. Can you open
yeah,
you might have to open a new window and then open it up again.
Okay.
And you present from your notes and then present for us.
Got it. Sorry about that, folks.
No worries. It's okay.
I did a test. Shoot.
That's okay.
trying to find it. Hold on. Okay.
Hey.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop this real quick. I apologize to waste everybody's time like this.
No worries.
And find out what the hell happened to my presentation. I can't see it. Oh, here we go. Okay. And then the notes. Okay. And okay, here we are. Sorry about that, people. We did a test run earlier today and it was all good by myself. And that's the way it works, isn't it?
Every time.
Every time. Okay. So I'm going to begin by, again, acknowledging my ancestors, acknowledging all the energies that have permitted us to be here today. I'm very grateful, and I thank all of you so much for your patience with me as we get started. A little bit about me. I'm an initiated Omo Obatala. I'm so many different things. I dislike having to put myself in tiny little boxes, but for the purposes of this conversation, I will tell you a few things, such as I'm also a home educating mother of 34 years. I'm of Bajan and Panamanian descent. I've been a strategic planner. I've been a nonprofit arts administrator, but mostly I'm an artist. That's primarily what I've come here to do. And I'm really grateful for my father, Eric Springer Ibaye, who always told me that that was enough. I grew up in a family which prized intellectual pursuit. So everything I did and I do had to have been justified in some respect by thorough research. And even in spite of all that, I really don't know what I'm doing. But what I do in my artistic practice is I show up, I listen, and I report. It took me a minute to get to the gist of what I wanted to speak about today. There's so much, and I'm so grateful for everybody who's gone before me, because what you did for me this yesterday and this afternoon was allow me to understand that I am not alone and I'm not the only one out here, and that I don't have to do all the work, and that I don't have to explain all the things. I can just show up and do my little part. Um, so I just want to say that. And so what I'm doing today is I'm showing up fully centered in myself, fully centered in my humanity, which is both flawed and perfect simultaneously. And what I want to do in the next few minutes is share some insight on a work that I've been planting, I think, for many years. Since about 2013, I've started this work, and it began as a fine art project called Rebrand the Past, when I began to document what I saw as the future, and it's taken on it showed up and took on an entire life of its own. So a lot of what you'll be seeing here today is part of the second cycle, which is called Ritual, Life, Systems, and Order. The work for me has been, this work under the broader name Rebrand the Past, has been about manifesting relics from our utopian Black womanist future. And it is, even though my future is a Black womanist future, there is more than ample space for the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. And in this Black womanist future, I do see all of us in sharing this space together, and I'll get more into that in a moment. The other thing I've been doing this past year is I've been actually spending some time on a side project, which is a mission that I've been given to manifest Black womanist imagery and bring it, normalize it in our day-to-day mundane life. And I'll give links to that at the end. But it's in these times now that we're not only beginning to see a harvest, but we're also at a place, a really critical place where we're going to begin to be planting new seeds for the future. And why I say that we're in a position of harvest, I first came to African traditional religions over 33, 34 years ago, at a time when people had feelings about certain books being released to the wider public, about scholarship about this. And at a time when we weren't out in the streets talking about we had this initiation or that initiation, a time when it was still very much protected and hidden. And what we're now seeing 33 years later, especially in this climate of what I call profound and deep Black spiritual famine, as white supremacy is at another point in its cycle of being challenged, of us trying to reclaim for ourselves something closer to our original destiny. We're beginning to see a rise in our reclamation of who we deserve to be and who we are destined to become. And so we're seeing more interest in African descended religions. We're seeing more interest in connecting to our full and rich Afro-Atlantic heritage. Let's move on to the next slide. So I talked a little bit about my Black womanist future. And in my Black womanist future, at around the year 2150, white plight will have completed its final cleansing. And I'll tell you a little bit about white plight. This will be there are 2 times they're going to come into this room and then they're going to leave right promptly. White plight was an energetic cellular dissonance. It was a mutation caused by the persistent insistence to vibrate emotionally and spiritually in obstinate, willful, oblivious opposition to universally accepted principles of harmony with divine natural order. Their vibration clashed so violently with the world itself that they literally tore themselves apart from the inside out over a period of generations. To remain out of alignment for so many centuries mutated the genes beyond repair and ultimately resulted in their extinction. White plight affected all humans who were white identified, white assigned, white aligned, or in white collusion. So here they are in our sacred space because they are here and they'll continue to be part of what has shaped who we as African descended people are in this moment in time and over the past many years since approximately 1492. So much of the work I see from the future is laden with technology and often dystopic. Could I move on to that? I didn't move you on to my next slide. Okay. So this image is called the Eyes of Beatitude. And in the future, we have contained the severe unloved vibration in energy containment centers. In this work, we see always in our work for social justice, in our work to bring about the world that we know is rightfully ours, we've always seen opposition to that. And it is my belief that the divine has tried to align and atone these energies over many periods of years, whether it was in the lost colony in Roanoke when they all disappeared, and I know new scholarship has evolved about that. But we've also seen it in like what Rish was talking about last night with all of the slave uprisings. And each and every time there has been an extreme backlash. You see it in the more modern period. You saw the Civil War, you saw emancipation, you saw Reconstruction, and then a horrible backlash. You see these repeated themes throughout history. And so in the future, these have caused, we see them now in the planet and how she's beginning to heal herself. We also see it in now more younger millennial type people have begun to push back against, push back even harder than they did in my generation against the assumption of access to Blackness and to Black spaces and to Black energy and to Black creativity. And that, I think, was the origin. In our future, they had set up, they have set up energy alignment, energy containment centers. So I think in the future, we're going to see periods of residue of spiritual energy that will have to be contained. And so this painting is a relic from a future containment center where they have bound that energy and prevented it from moving forward. So these are some images of, so I think as our work, as we move forward in this new year, I think one of the things that will be really cool to think about are ways in which we repair time stream disruptions, or what I call time stream disruptions. And so these two diagrams actually explain much of how I think about time. And I know many have said spiral, and some people have talked about we're stuck in a loop. Some people have, you know, the Eurocentric way of viewing it as a line. I experience time as multiple intersections, allowing for loops, allowing for retracing, and allowing for do-overs. There are multiple entry and exit points. Time is both form and formless. It can be shaped and manipulated through action or even through inaction. For me, something so obvious to state that the African time stream was disrupted by a shift in attitude towards Africans and their value. And I would say prior to 1441, when the first initial, sorry, that's not my notes. I'm trying to wing this a little bit. I would say that with the beginning enslavement of our people, and that goes back to the papal bull of 1492, and I got to pull that note up again. They were 1455, sorry. They had been thinking about us in very different ways prior to the rise of Christianity, prior to their desire to colonize and colonize us. So for me, I think for us to reconfigure the time stream is to begin to move into spaces that are disruptive of the dominant narrative that is prevalent throughout all of our society, which is white domination. And so part of doing that is some coordination, and part of what Rish is doing here through this conference in and of itself is asking us to sit down and think about some very, very hard questions. Because in order to realign our time stream or to align our time stream to put us back in to the fullness of our being, a being that is uninterrupted, requires massive coordination to determine exactly what portions of what things do we carry with us that are corruption, what is not corruption and is just simply outdated and no longer required or necessary for our survival. And discernment is required to harvest the ancestral heirlooms that we have among us and how to reconfigure them into structurally supported blessings. And by structurally supported blessings, it means what kind of, how are we going to construct our lives and create systems internally in our community so that we all advance together. So one of the ways I think about doing that, mostly because I'm a mother and I'm still the mother of a 17-year-old human being, is this idea that the future was born yesterday. 3 years, 2 minutes ago, just now, the future is constantly being born. And the future is here right now. And so this piece is a piece called The Safety of My Imagination. And it was one of the first relics I manifested. And it came from a temple which celebrated the power of 21st century women to believe illogically, irrationally, and unconditionally that their children would in fact survive and thrive. And so I began to think about where does that irrational belief come from, that the children I bring here will not only just thrive, they will in fact survive, and they will go on to grow up and be that future that I am working hard in this present time to manifest for them. And it got me to thinking about, again, those questions: what is outmoded, what is no longer necessary for our survival? And one of the first steps I see in that is respecting the wisdom of the newly arrived. And I can't speak strongly enough towards reorienting the way in which we view youth and the way in which we view children. And for me, it's so important to the newly arrived, the brand new ones. It is so important to honor that ancestral spark that they bring with them. So, for example, a silly story was that when my second child arrived, my second child was speaking to me from the time they were like a month old. And rather than view it as babble or nonsense noise, I tuned in like real hard and I was listening real hard. And it turned out that they had a language. And so I learned to speak that language so that and then I would speak that language, and then I would speak my language that I needed them to speak. And as a result, they were verbal much earlier than other children because they had a language that I acknowledged and recognized, and that they in turn afforded me the respect to learn the language that I preferred to communicate in. So part of that is especially in some traditions I see in some places I have walked, places that are in need of healing, places that are in need of review of how we interact with each other. I see a lot of disregard and a lot of belittling of youth and of young people and of their voices and of their wisdom. And I think that those are definitely pathways of communication that we must begin to revisit. Also, when I say respect the wisdom of the newly arrived, the other thing I'm talking about, or something that has been helpful to me, is that in my most frustrating moments as a parent, I have to step back and I have to, before I open my mouth even, and I have to think to myself, if I were them in this moment and I were them in the future, how would they write my biography? What words would my children and my grandchildren use to write the story of their ancestor. And do I like that story? Is that the story I want to be told of myself? Um, and that often gives me perspective. So, for example, uh, my child did something a few years ago, totally out of character, and it blew my mind. And I felt this like rage rise up in me. And it was like really simple. It was something I'd never seen before. They rolled their eyes at me, and they had just cusped into the tween teen years. And I was about to say something about getting their face in order or whatever. And I took a deep breath and I stepped back. I walked myself all the way back. And then I just burst out in laughter because I had forgotten that in that moment they were being completely developmentally appropriate. And I think it's that we have to hold our children in this safety of our imagination. We have to hold them in those. We have to build for them that bubble that is necessary to construct their best identity. Um, Another thing that I think in the future that is going to be a shift and a change is that we're going to see more collective, intergenerational, and communal education. And I've seen this work in practice in small pockets in our communities um, where we have reached out to our friends, our comrades, our aunts, our elders, and made our children part of their life and invited them to allow our children to be part of their lives, to sit and just listen, to sit and be present. And we were talking about that last night, or Rish, and someone was talking about that last night. Is wherever we went, they went too. And but to go in a way that can ask questions. One of the fondest memories I have as a child, growing up as a person, was was our family dinners, and children were always invited to speak at our dinners. And some of our most profound questions, my father would ask. He would say, "Where can I learn more about that? Um, can you tell me what book you found that in? Where can I read more about that?" Um, and we saw ourselves in a mutually respectful exchange. And so as a home educator, people were like, "Well, when do you do school?" I'm like, "Well, school is all the time. School is happening right now. School never stops happening." And we have to examine like that idea of what kinds of structural systems are we going to put into place that allow our children to be fully integrated into our lives in that respect. The other thing is that eventually we're going to have to open these perfect little pods up, um, uh, and empower peer-to-peer learning. Um, you learn best what you're teaching. So if you have a friend who can't do something and you know how kind of to do it, and you show them, you need to learn a lot more in order to empower them to get where you are. And that those dynamics um, those dynamics truly heal how children see each other. They see themselves as a cohesive community with strengths and weaknesses that everybody is responsible for overcoming. Then they begin to behave in that way. Um, the other thing is, I think, is I see through honoring children, that's how we implant um, the understanding, the internalization of abundance, the internalization of self-love, the internalization of connection, the internalization of protection. You'll see this little character in this orb of safety exists in this beautiful lush green world, but the outside of that world is well protected. Not anybody's going to just be rubbing up against it, and yet they're holding this little box, and which means they can invite into that world anything that they want in it, and they can put things out of that world by putting it into that box and sending it away. How do we give those tools to our children? And the last thing about the future that we're making today, about this portion of what I'm talking about, is that as adults, we have to repair our past through cycle breaking in the present. So when we talk about, can we go back and fix what happened in the past? Absolutely. Yes, we can. We shift our relationship to what that was. We shift our relationship to we shift our interpretation of the data we received in that moment. And so, so we learn to experience it in more positive or better ways, so that we don't put those limitations on our future selves. And I don't say this very lightly, and I don't say it as some sort of a groovy positivity guru. I say this as a child of childhood sexual abuse. I say this as a rape survivor. I say this as somebody who's walked away from domestic violence. I say this as a person who has been through some things, who said, I'm going to go back to that period in time and change that story about myself. I'm going to decide who wins, and I am going to be the victor in this instance, because the power of history lies in who's telling the story. And so we are now telling our stories, not only to ourselves, but people like Professor Shiro are telling our stories so that we understand them in our own way and in our own voices. Moving to the next slide. I'm almost done, y'all.
Take your time, Ia. Take your time. We are in no rush.
So, this is a piece of mine called "Ladders for Love World's Elevation," and when I created this piece, I was thinking about living backwards and forwards simultaneously in harmony. And so, the few key points I had is, and I've got to say, yesterday's work was hard, good, hard-won work. That was beautiful, and you did such a superb job of demonstrating what I mean by this. The selection of days and times within our history that have an energy that have a specific kind of an energy is so important. So I call it, I think part of one of the rungs on the ladder for Love World's elevation is brain training for soul elevation. So I think it is so important to begin to again reclaim and put out there more of our story of extraordinary resistance, rebellion, and revolt. And because those all give us clues on how to survive into the future. And not every act of rebellion, and sometimes looking at acts of rebellion, for example, like Nat Turner's rebellion, have a negative outcome. And I think that there's a residual soul energy that we need to clean about some of those acts of rebellion. I'm currently working on a piece about Tulsa, and there's a residue of soul energy that Tulsa left behind, that generates in us that we responded to that insanity by setting up obstacles for our own personal and community unity with each other. So I think when we gather in large groups, when we gather in community, sometimes there is a fear that there will be a response, a negative response. And so we have to clean those energies and brush them off and look deeper at those occurrences in time and what they did. And we have to be forgiving with not just ourselves, but with our ancestors in understanding all the forces at play and how, in fact, that many much change occurred as a result of that. And the timeline was impacted in such a manner as we can be here today talking about freedom and liberation. The other thing I want to talk about, living backwards and forward simultaneously in harmony, is about simplicity. And and I hate to I'm bringing them in the room again, but there's a wonderful Quaker saying that says, live simply so that others may simply live. And so, and part of that for me is creating for ourselves environments that Tyrell was talking about, cleaning the space. Everyone's talking about cleaning the space, reducing vibrations that interfere with us. So creating for ourselves a space where in essence we live in our own liminal space, and we use our spiritual tools, our spiritual technology to enliven that spiritual space. And what I'm not talking about is running down to the Botanica every time you need to get something done. I'm talking about going backwards to connect with your ancestors, to see what they had on hand, because so much of our spiritual science and so much of our tools, our spiritual tools, were not consumer driven. They were as simple as your spice cabinet. They were as simple as an extra piece of fabric. It was, and so for me, a lot of my work has been about returning to ways that served us, so that access and availability of a positive, spiritually charged, protective, loving, nurturing space is within the hands of everybody. So your floor washes, your anointing oil, all of those things are within your power. So if you don't have that money to go out and get somebody's extra special, super duper version of it, learn what you can learn to do it until such time as you can bring in another, sorry, I just started banging my kitchen. Bring in extra reinforcements. And then the last thing that you can do to live backwards and forward simultaneously in harmony is to enter an earth friendship. Are you friends with the dirt underneath your house? Have you gone out and made friends with the dirt underneath your house? Have you offered it any water? Have you offered it any tobacco? What have you offered the thing that is providing you with a roof over your head, a place for your house to be on? So you start small. And then build outwards from there. Have you blessed your block recently? Have you wished your neighbors well? Have you, those are all very small things that our grandmothers and great grandfathers and have used to do. They saw themselves in the context of the larger world in which they lived in their physical body. So, and then you can expand outward from there. Food sovereignty is such a big issue for us. How are we reducing our dependence on the organizations that are determined to destroy and eliminate us? So like when you go out, carry your water, you know? I remember when I was growing up, my mother packed food and drink and everything for us to go somewhere, because there was just no guarantee that there was someplace easy to stop at that would let us walk through the door and buy anything. And so, and as we grew older and as we got access, we forgot those lessons of how, it wasn't just packing food so that we would have it to eat because white people didn't want us in their spaces, but it was also economic. It was economically beneficial. Um, it was also environmentally friendly. We lived in ways that we had an earth friendship, and going back to reclaim some of those things is so important. Carry your snacks, carry your water. You know you're going to get thirsty. You know you're going to get hungry. You know you're going to get run late for something. So be prepared for that. Live in awareness. So that brings us to how do we design our future? What tools exist within us? What is our innate ancestrally given birthright? What can we agree on as community, our core pillars of what we believe in? And I'm hoping these are notes that for a future, for us to get together and hash through some of those hard questions that we have, because those are really the questions that are going to serve us best in the future. And the future that I see is really, really quite beautiful. So part of that is, let me recap a little bit. When I talk about housework, I mean your body, I mean your home, I mean your ile or spiritual house, I mean the neighbors on your block, and how do you keep your side of the street clean and or help pick up other people's rubbish when it is okay and good for you to do so. So again, I want to say, put yourself in your ancestors' shoes. And the more you put yourself in your ancestors' shoes, the more clear the future becomes. Let's move beyond consumption as a quick fix. Move slowly and with diligence. I heard in the last panel, people say, oh, my work has slowed down. Oh, my work has slowed down a bit. And I say, yes, because sometimes work takes a minute. You don't make your brews for your winter, your tonics for the winter, and expect them to be ready. You don't start that in September and expect them to be ready, September 5th. That needs to sit a minute. It needs to, those properties need to infuse into that vinegar or infuse into that oil. Patience is something that we've forgotten in this world of ever so immediacy. And it's part of reclaiming what's been lost, is the ability to allow things to happen as they unfold. And in reclaiming what was lost, then when we understand it, we can begin to rebuild, we can begin to repair or reclaim. And divination is always a great way to figure out whether it is right or not. So on the last slide, I'm going to walk you through the work has been focused mostly on the Monongahela territories, which is an area that takes up around the area of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's where the work has been mostly happening. By the time I enter into that picture, or the place I'm going to take you to is shortly after the negotiation with the Shawnee and the Lenni Lenape people, who have agreed that the remaining Afro-Atlantic people on the land can live there and have sovereignty, and that we have trade agreements with them. And I'm just going to walk you into the village because the population has been greatly reduced. Not everybody makes it to the future, or at least not this one. And and I'm just gonna put this slide up. It has all my information on it, but what you're mostly asking you to tune in is to this voice. Okay. It's a fall day, and you're walking down a gravel road. In the distance, you see small buildings that have been made of recycled bottles, cans, hay, earth. They look like a hodgepodge of earth ships, Dogon structures, domes. There's dancing in the village. You hear the drums pounding and you know them in your heart. You've heard that pattern before, you've heard that rhythm before, and it's saying, welcome, come see what we've built here. We have much to tell you. Today is the day that Sharita has received her moon. This is the time she will choose who she is and how she will be in the world. She hasn't chosen a gender assignment yet. She knows that there is a lot of he within her. She knows that there is a lot of we within her. She knows she has a body and that she loves that body regardless of what it does. This is her first moon cycle. This is the first time that blood has come from between her legs. This is the first moment she has known that she can choose or not choose to give birth. This is the moment that she knows that she can choose or not choose to become involved in a pair bond. Everyone is excited for her. Sharita is being born through the village on a large stretcher carried by her dearest elders, some of her closest friends, and the priestess in charge of this particular point in her cycle of life. These are the moon priestesses. These are the women who govern the cycles, who chart the courses, who read the blood, who throw the shells, who know the secrets. These are the women who walk in the stars. These are the women who have been out and on beyond this galaxy and brought back friends to help guide them. Sharita is thrilled. She's been given a belt that has been woven just for her to show to the world that she has now made this transition in her life, that she is somewhere between child and adult, that she is free to play with all of those people in her age group, to experiment, to find each other's bodies, to enjoy each other's bodies, to cherish the soul connections that she has with any or one of them. The drumming unfolds, the drumming unfolds. She keeps moving until she is brought to the fire where she stands in its light. It's glowing. The warmth of it caresses her body. She's praised. She's loved. You see the blood running down her legs. She is thrilled. It anoints the earth. And she goes to be with other young people her age, some men, some women, all of whom have blood flowing from between their legs, all of whom have blood who are anointing the earth. And there she will sit for a few days as she contemplates the who she wants to be when she emerges. End of transmission. Thanks so much. Okay. Stop screen.
Oh my goodness. I have to wipe my tears. Thank you. Everybody felt that. Oh my goodness. That was a narration of the script of the timeline. Mm. I just want to go ahead, Gerard.
I just wanted to, if I could share my screen for a minute while
Yeah, I'm trying to
Iya's
figure out.
words in our head.
Click on where it says participants at the bottom in the middle. You see it? Yeah, Christina, do you need me? You want me to walk you through it?
Click on participants at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes, please.
And then on the right-hand side, a screen showed up. And the left, it says panelists. Go to Gerard's name. And then right where the camera is next to next to their name, you should be able to click on something and it'll say make host.
Got it.
Got it? Okay, good.
There we go. Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. Let me set this up before I do that. And sorry, y'all. I'm trying to
Take your time. It's okay.
present. Okay. So these are all images that I had ready, but I didn't want to prattle too much. But as soon as it loads. So all of these things came up in everyone else's presentations and speak to sort of what we all said. You have Nomo's egg. You have the picture Io was just talking about, the Dogon structures. This is their granary. This is the egg, the Ama's egg moving through space. Shows the transit of Sirius A and B, which is the double helix structure. We have a lot of us familiar with the Dikanga from Congo, but there's also the soul's journey within Kemetic religion, and you can see how it looks similar, counterclockwise motion, spiral circle to the Jinyame from Ghana and Ivory Coast. Here is, so with this in mind, the African concepts, we then go to see current Western models of an atom, an arrangement. Here on the bottom, I want you to keep really in mind the second to the left one is 1904 Thompson. Because then that goes into the arrangement of atoms and how you are using our spiritual technologies. We have the Odu Ifa, which, and Ia had the circuit board people pointed out in her pictures. People have described the Odu in the Ifa system as a 16-bit computer model. And so you see the relation between that and double helix in our DNA and light waves, and how light is both a wave and a spiral that exists within totality. Different, when you look at light or matter waves differently, you get different structures. We have a double helix structure. You have that Archimedes screw. You have all of these different configurations which center on, and then you have the structure of a black hole, and what I said before, what we talked about, that moment of the Big Bang, or whatever thing you want to describe it as, and how that exists theoretically, at least within a wormhole, and how we use that for travel. How space and time bend into one another to create that perfect moment, the space-time continuum, which we then draw down into our ceremony with different elements, and contain that power within vessels, including ourselves. So.
I can't contain myself. I really want to get up and do a praise dance and run around this room so bad. Professor Cheryl, please unmute yourself and give us anything you have to add to this illustrious, mind-blowing, essential to life panel.
Yes. I don't have anything to add. I just want to say thank you to all of the panelists. But again, underscoring what I said yesterday, that we really need to think more about hoodoo conjure and our African spirituality, not only as something that brings magic and religion together, but truly a science. And I think that what was said here really underscored that. I just want to say one thing, and this is because I know people are thinking, yeah, how do I do that time travel thing? And just a couple of things. I just, as a professor, I have to do this, just underscore, because we go off on these beautiful tangents, but and I think I said this in the notes. As creators of our reality, as magicians, as spiritual people, everything we do, especially now, because now we are living in a sort of fourth dimension. It's fourth dimension. We're past the Kali Yuga. We're in the fourth dimensional space. Everyone sort of understands the difference between a dimension. Think of a dimension as a box in which consciousness is. And prior to this time, we were in the third dimensional consciousness, linear time. It's all about reaction. It's like, what happened to me in the past and what's going to happen in the future? That's gone, y'all. We need to think in the present. So that's why I kept saying, everything that we do, we're not doing it in the present. Even being here, we're not thinking about dinner. Some of us are. We're not thinking about, oh, what happened last night. Everything that we create must be in the present. And if we can keep that, we can work great magic and work those experiments. So people are saying, well, how do I do it? I'm just going to give one very simple time travel technique. And I hope that as these conversations grow, as scientists, we share our experiments, right? That's what we do. We test them out. That's what we do. So this is a very simple one. It's simple, but it's not easy. All right. It's simple, but it's not easy. And this is one that I don't know who I got it from. I got it from one of my teachers, but someone actually mentioned this. I think Ia mentioned this. There is a way that you can go back in time to meet yourself on your timeline. All right. One of the simplest ways that I do this, and you can do it from any tradition you want. Remember, you have to be present. You can't be thinking about, okay, so you're present, you get into your space, preferably you ground yourself here, and you say, oh, I want to send myself some light, some healing, a gift, whatever you want to send to me when I was 13. And however you do it, you can send it as energy, as light, as a gift, as an offer, as an apple, whatever. You send it to yourself in the timeline. I like to do it in the past because I remember the moment when I was 14 and I was down and out over some crazy shit and the light came to me. I thought it was an angel, but I remembered in the future that I did this for myself, all right? And it was magic. Now, back then I was like, oh, it's God. It was God, all right, it was you. So this is something you can do. You can do it all across the timeline. You can do it to you. Like one of my favorites is if you're gonna have a surgery, like if you have it scheduled on your calendar, you create the the space and you bless yourself in that surgery. All right. And when I say blessing, that's the language I use. Some people give energy. However, you could do send Reiki, however you do it is perfect. You are moving on your own timeline. I do not recommend you moving on anyone else's timeline, and it is easy. All right. So, and that's just one. There are lots of these practical experiments. So I'm hoping that, you know, our wonderful, there's so much wisdom here. We can begin to share simple, but not easy ways of moving across the timeline. We're multidimensional already. All right. We already are. So why not enjoy that? So that's just my thing. There's so much detail in the talk today, and I really I got so much out of it. I was like, I didn't know, because I just came in suddenly today. So thank everyone, and maybe we have time for questions for everyone. Maybe I'm going to shut up because that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, everyone on this panel. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, I missed questions in the chat, and so I'm hoping we do have a minute or so, because I was so full up yesterday and so full up today, and so grateful and honored, and especially Professor Shiro, just the fact that you came in with all yesterday with what a blessing you are. What a blessing you are.
Oh man, I say the same. I don't know. She keeps saying thank you for having me. I'm like, thank you for coming. I fangirl so hard for Professor Shiro. I'm so happy she could come. Yeah, honestly, from here, I haven't seen any questions since y'all have been speaking. I think we're in reception mode. We've been receiving all of the wisdom and the coded information. You weren't even attempting to code it, but spirit encoded it in such a way that it has to be in us for a while. And we'll be passing this information on to our children, who will then pass it on to their children. What we did was we created a brand new ripple. That's how I feel off of this moment that we've shared the past hour. So Myasia said, scent, sound, and taste are powerful time travel modalities. Am I missing something? Absolutely. Absolutely. Have you ever been just sitting somewhere and out of nowhere, a smell just pops up for you? You don't have anything around that smells like this thing, but this thing is just on you, right? That is essentially a moment of time travel, a moment of dimension jumping, right? You might not be in that space presently in the physical, but somewhere your spirit and your mind is connected there, right? Wherever there is, past, present, future, across dimensions, across space. So yeah, thank y'all so much for coming. I really appreciate you, and I honor you and your gifts and your wisdom. And we are going to be doing this again very soon. So y'all don't take me off the radar. Keep me on. All right. And we're gonna transition over into our next our next panel, which is gonna be, just to make sure, I believe it's me, Malaya, and Omi Kunle, two of my most beautiful Ile sisters, in every sense of the word. All of my Ile sisters are beautiful. Ile brothers, Ile members, Ile folk, all of my people in my Ile family are beautiful people. So I'm just very proud to have them present, and we are going to be talking about self-care, rituals for self-care, frame of mind for self-care, right? Taking it into taking it deeper than getting my nails and my hair done every other week, right? Baby, go sit down, okay? I'll be right with you. I promise. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and make y'all panelists. Give me just a second. I really can't say enough about everything I just learned. I just want to make sure. Okay, yep. Exquisite self-care and then Mambo Elizabeth Ruth. So Raina said, let the baby talk. Look. Here we go. Okay, I think y'all can go in and change your roles to attendee. I'm doing it right now. There you go. It's a race. I won. All right. Where y'all at? There you go. Baby face. Number one. And Malaysia. Baby face. Number two.
Peace, peace, family.
Peace. There we go. All right.
Yes.
Hey.
Hey.
Okay, there we go.
Let's see. Okay. Greetings. How y'all doing today?
Good. How you doing? Happy New
I can't
Year.
complain. Happy New Year. Oh, it's so good, ain't it? Oh, I
Yes,
can't get
I'm enjoying it,
enough.
honey. Giving you
I,
these vibes on the new
you
year.
giving me Caribbean vibes right now. Look.
Love it.
I was thinking about booking a cruise to Barbados next year. Well, this year, later on this year. I'm still thinking about doing it, but Omikunle, if you have another soul care retreat coming up, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna just come on with y'all and do the damn thing. All right.
Yes.
All right. So y'all, we gonna be shooting from the hip on this one because I ain't come up with no questions for us. Yeah, so I guess in the light of the reading of the new year, I didn't get a chance to hear the whole thing because I was in here facilitating, but I'm gonna go back and listen. But one of the things that stuck out to me early on was when Eolosha said writing and performing affirmations, right? And it's never surface. When I hear it, I'm hearing it on multiple levels, right? Writing and performing affirmations. What does that look like? She didn't say write and perform. She did say write and perform. Those are both action words. So it's not enough to get a list of things to say, right? You have to start to say in your own words the things that you wish to manifest, the things that you wish to bring forth, things that already exist in you that you want to pull out a little stronger. So what does that entail? Writing and performing, acting out an affirmation.
Okay, I'll jump in first. Okay. I think for me, I receive that as us living. I think we kind of live in our mind a lot, so we can conceptualize Ma'at and Odu and all these other affirmations or divine principles, sacred texts, but we don't live it. And I think it's important that we live the medicine. So we're saying, let's just do something really basic. I will not gossip, but if someone calls you like, sis, I got that tea, you're gonna, increase the tea, but actually saying, you know what? Is it about you? Is it about anyone in my family? Actually, I'm good. I'm not going to participate in this, but really living it and not just blankly saying these things every single day and actually applying it. So like you said, adding that action to the affirmation. So that was a really basic, example, but a lot of people struggle with that, and that has a lot to do with character, which is essential to our tradition. So living the medicine pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I would add to that, thinking about affirmations and acting out something, or even speaking, the life that you want to create, the life that you want to manifest. It requires self-awareness, which has been something that's been talked about all throughout this conference, being aware of yourself, to know what state you're currently in, to be clear about the state that you are journeying into, right? So when I think about creating a life of pleasure, I have to look around and see, what do I already have in my life that does provide me with pleasure? And what are the things that I'm not even aware of that's bringing me pain unnecessarily? I'm someone who most of my life has talked about how I have such a high tolerance for pain. And it's really because I lacked awareness of myself and what was going on around me. I glossed over a lot of shit in my life for most of my life, to be honest. So I wasn't able to really say, this pains me. This isn't nice to me. This doesn't make me feel good. Until I was surrounded by things that didn't make me feel good. And I had no choice but to get clear, get into reality, and look around me, and then start to clear my space by speaking the life that I'm walking into, and allowing myself to be aligned with those actions. Because the life that I want to live, the life that I came here to live, a lot of those actions, principles, I don't know. You feel me? Like, a lot of shit, I honestly don't know. So I have to ask my higher self, ask my Ori, my ancestors, my whole spirit team, help me get into a practice, allow me to remain open, to be guided to new practices, new ideas, new ways of being, so that I can truly be my best self. So, yeah.
Thank you. Now, all right, let's say, I know somebody asked this question yesterday too. She said that she was a single mother of 4. Rarely does she have time between mothering and parenting and just taking care of the family, taking care of her everyday, life obligations. Rarely does she have time for self-care, right? What are some ways that she can access something that is self-care that might not be displayed on the popular, stage of what self-care looks like, right?
I think there's a lot of ways. I think something as simple really as performing an affirmation every day, speaking over your life, speaking your peace over yourself every day. That's caring for yourself, like that technology opens you up to having more time throughout your day. It opens you up to having support, in your life, so that you can get into other activities or other things that make you feel good, or that remind you of the care that you have for yourself. So, I think when we find ourselves not having time currently in our schedule, starting small and simple, with that daily affirmation thing, and that adds up. It builds up to, a new life. You look around, throughout your life, a couple months, a couple weeks, a couple days later, and you can find yourself living in the reality of the peace that you spoke over yourself, 3 mornings ago. We were talking about time travel. This is real. This is a part of our ways of being. So I think starting small, it adds up to the big things, the big life changes.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely love that you mentioned starting small, because a lot of us create these really ambitious plans and then we feel super frustrated with ourselves when we're not able to do 4 hours of spiritual work a day, So I think for someone who has time as a constraint, just maybe ritualizing the things that you do every single day. So showering is a ritual, maybe blessing your soap, speaking your affirmations into your soap so that when you wash with that soap, you're receiving that energy, whatever you placed into it, abundance, peace, harmony, clarity of the mind, whatever you need. I also love just taking the time to oil myself or use my butters and just use emotional detoxing through body work. So that's something that we all do, no matter how much time we have or not. We still apply our butters and lotion. So just wondering or just trying to figure out how we can add, because nothing is without spirit, but being conscious of adding spirit into the things that you naturally do. And then I agree, starting small, even if it's just 5 minutes a day of meditation, it'll help, it'll add up. And so then you can just add a little bit more. And if the kids are old enough, maybe they can participate in some of these things, and everyone can get that self-care in.
I like that. About adding the children to the ritual, right? Because then for the moments that you feel like you don't have the time, when you say, okay, everybody, it's time to meditate. So the whole family is now participating in self-care with you, right? I know that's something I tried to get my two into meditation. They ain't with it right now. But I can set when I turn on things like if I'm at my mom's house and I turn on soundscapes, that channel on the music section, I turn on soundscapes and they immediately calm down. Like, you see my son, he was just lurking around the corner looking at me mad because I sent him to the back. I'm like, come on in here. And I sit him with me and I let him participate. He says hi to everybody. Now he's back in there. He's good. So, that our children, they want to be a part of our world. They want to be a part of our inner world as much as they want to be a part of our outer world. So if we can find a way to bring them in, and then it helps them further understand, okay, this is mommy's time. This is special to her. Let's go find something else to do, So yeah. All right. Joy said that's a major key because now you're teaching your children that self-care is important by example and inclusion. Absolutely. Christina said I did guided meditations to train meditation. I do that. I have a niece who is 13. And I did a mermaid meditation for her one night because she has trouble sleeping and she loves mermaids. So I had her go to the beach and step in, and she had her mermaid family singing to her. She went out and joined them. She fell asleep in like 5 minutes, And so yeah, so they, as we bring them in, we can then share things from our own imagination with them to encourage them to also explore their imaginations through storytelling and things like that. So yeah, so take me through I guess a day of Omikunle and Malaya had a bad day, a bad moment, a bad space of time. It wasn't the best. It didn't bring them a whole lot of good. How do you shift? How do you dimension jump, right, from that space into the scene that Malaya has behind her now, right? How do you get into that space? So.
Yes, listen, being a oceanfront beach is literally a daily meditation for me. Because I used to identify, I still kind of do, with volcanoes and volcanic energy. And astrologically, I have a lot of lava energy. So, but it's not good for my body to be in that volcano mode all the time. So I'm like, girl, you evolving, honey. You're no longer a volcano. Like, girl, it's time to be a beach. It's time to be an ocean private island, like get into it, So something that I do, I remind myself that, like, okay, we're not the volcano anymore. Like, we are changing into, the private island, like, checking in with myself and reminding the commitments that I'm making to myself about the temperament and the character that I want to be in for me, I also, for me, sometimes I have to talk it out, and sometimes I just rather process it internally. So figuring out like what type of processing do I need? Either way, I need to process what's going on, like something happens and just moving on to the next thing, like that for me adds up. I forget about it and it adds to that high tolerance of pain that I have where I'm not aware of the shit that's building up inside of me. So taking time to process, like, okay, what's really good right now? What's going on with me? What do I need, outside of like reminding myself of the temperament and the character that I want to have right now? Do I need some water? Do I need some food? Do I need to talk to a friend or to a family member? Do I need to talk to a person that I'm having an issue with directly? Like, if that's the case, then what do I need to say? Like going through that process with myself, it allows me to come back down to the earth and just see things from a clear perspective so that I can move forward and navigate through what's going on, because just moving on, it doesn't address the situation at all. And again, it just adds to the toxicities that I'm storing in my body unnecessarily. So that's some of the processes that I go through to, coach myself off the explosion and back to my, background here.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I agree. I have a similar internal dialogue with myself. One of the things, or one of my affirmations that I say to myself every day is the law of Amen, which is peace is my nature. And then I'll add in Osir's law, which is nothing and no one is against me. And so because I say that to myself every single day, when I'm experiencing an emotion that is not peace or that is not at least neutral, I ask myself, okay, what is happening? Why do you feel attacked? Let's process this, because it's either an illusion or it's bringing up something that I have not dealt with. And so I bring it into trance, because trance is it's the state in which we are most receptive to change. And so trance for me is meditation. I use them interchangeably. And so I'll go into meditation, do my breath work, do what I need to do to get into that state of consciousness. And then I will bring up the situation. What's something that bothers me, so we can like have an example. What is something that just gets on my nerves? Let me think of something. I can't think of anything, but I know my peace be to start. My incarnation objective is to master peace. So I receive that lesson from the universe daily. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of one right now. My brain is drawing a blank. But I would go into meditation, and then I would visualize the original situation in which I felt that irritation or frustration. And then I would repeat the laws, repeat the divine laws, which is peace is my nature, nothing and no one is against me. And then I would visualize myself having a peaceful interaction with that person. So I might smile, laugh off whatever the situation happened, like Ia Christina, when her daughter or her child rolled their eyes, she kind of just had a moment where she was just like, wait, let me not, bring my energy down or allow my peace to be disturbed by something that is so silly. So yeah, and I have to do that sometimes multiple times. Yeah, so sometimes it's like a 7 to 21 day cycle if it's a really intense emotional reaction that I'm having. But that's one of the things that I do. And then just also using external things like tea, sage, spiritual baths, whatever I need. Or, I just follow my Ori at the time. But I think that's it. Was there anything else I wanted to add to that? Because that's such an important question. Because a lot of us feel so helpless when these emotions are coming up and we feel that we don't have control. So a part of the pleasure that I experience in life is reminding myself that I am in control. And we should not be guided by emotions, because it's just so unwise. It's so unwise. If we let emotions guide us, we can hurt ourselves, we can hurt other people. And so I just try to ask myself, what is the most wise thing to do, right now in this moment? What do I need? So I work for myself. And if I need to, I will push my entire schedule for the day just to get that meditation in. And yeah, so that's where I'm at. Because if I can keep going about this, I enjoy talking about this topic. So I'll leave that there. What is
Okay. Oh, praise the Lord. Oh my God. I was so scared. It just kicked me off right quick. I didn't mean to say praise the Lord. That took it all the way back. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh shit. You don't understand. I was so shook. It just kicked me right off. I was going off. All right. I missed a lot of what Omi, I missed a little, not a lot, a little bit of what you were saying, but you were looking for the example of what puts you in that space of like, oh my goodness, you know. And I think for you it might be watching people be inconsiderate to others, watching people be very mean to other people unnecessarily, or people being mean to you unnecessarily, right? Misunderstanding you intentionally. I feel that you know, that would not necessarily set you off, but it would put you in a space where you like, damn, the fuck is going on? Yeah. So.
That well. Yeah, I have to remind myself very often that things are not as personal as we think they are. So if someone is like mean or having, you know, something going on with them, I have to remind myself this has less to do with me and like more to do with that person. I can ask myself again, well, why is this happening? You know, why am I involved in this person's emotional reaction? And I can bring that into trance, but I also try to work on just not taking everything personal. I think it creates so much suffering, you know, in our life.
Yeah. It was right before that little mini meltdown I had when I was kicked off. I was about to ask a question. He has said, understanding the truth of what is happening and responding to the real thing, not the manufactured outwards display. Yes. You know, that Y in the next row took me in. It helps me to look at a trigger as something within me or my story that is looking to be healed or dealt with. It's not about the person doing the trigger. Yes. One of the things that I think would help us a lot when it comes to looking into self-care would be understanding where we fall on the emotional intelligence spectrum, right? For ourselves, right? Not emotional intelligence based on what, you know, some white psychiatrists came up with for what emotional intelligence looks like, but really getting into like what Ia just said, looking at, or what Perry said, looking at our triggers and understanding what from the past, what from our childhood experiences, what from our adult experiences, what trauma is coming right back at us right now when we're not facing that trauma, but we're facing a thing that represents it for us, right? A lot of times those things, as they come up for us, we will abandon the principles of our own self-care to go into that trigger and live in it, right? We'll just be there, and there's no way we can't see coming up out of that, you know. So how do we maybe not, we can't pop out, right? We can't just, some of us have a very difficult time saying, I'm in it, let me walk in another direction, because it's pulling me, right? And it's difficult when something is pulling you to just, especially when it's a strong trigger, right? It's difficult to just pop out of it and walk away. But how do I, like you said, you were talking about in a dialogue, Malayo, how do I have that conversation with myself to say, wow, I just heard something, how do I have that conversation with myself to walk into somewhere outside of the trigger? How do I deal with that in the moment and head somewhere else?
Yeah, I think this is a part of that little everyday thing that adds up to a big thing over time. because in order to do that, you have to have a strong relationship with yourself. You have to have been in a point before the extreme trigger where you are aware of yourself and the things that do trigger you and where they come from. You know, so when I'm triggered and it's outside of me, but I want to react and respond to it, I can then have the conversations with myself while I'm, even if I'm spiraling, like, okay, is this something that's happening to me? Is this something that's happening to me in real time? Is this something, or is this someone else's thing? What can I do to support? You know, and sometimes the support is, okay, let me step back and address myself. Like, let me step back and take care of myself. I actually can't do anything about this, but take care of myself because this is bothering me. You know, I can't go all the way in. I gotta come back to me. But I do think it's hard to do that if you aren't already in a practice of being aware of yourself and speaking over yourself and speaking to, not just speaking to, but being able to identify your triggers and yeah, being able to identify those. And is not easy work, but it's simple, you know, like the professor was saying in the previous panel, like a lot of our technology, a lot of our magic is simple things that we can do, but it is not easy because it is active decolonizing, it's active reprogramming our bodies to be in a different mode. So that shit is not easy. To get yourself in awareness of your triggers and the traumas from this life and past lives and somebody else's life. It's not easy work to do. It's, you know, it's everyday shit. But I do think that is how we help ourselves. That's how we show up for ourselves. That's how we care for ourselves. If I know that I'm someone who is sensitive and things in the world trigger me, and you know, we live in a world where you can have access to everything on your timeline all day, you know, like no censors, no filters. So if you're sensitive to that type of stuff, you have to know that in order to show up for yourself and not get wrapped up in the spiral all the time or get wrapped up in the whirlwind. So yeah, so that's why I'm like, the self-care thing is like, it's how you maintain your power, is how you stay powerful on your journey and not get too heavily influenced by other people's outside shit. Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Joy.
Oh, sorry, Risha.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to add just how important it is to reprogram our willpower as well. Because again, we can have these conceptions and these ideas and this awareness of all of these amazing ways to live our lives. And we can say it, we can share it with other people, but if we don't have the life force energy to actually actualize it and to apply it to our lives, we're just going to repeat the same cycle. So being intentional about activating the solar plexus, the RE2, so many names for that energy center. But yeah, I think a lot of us have devitalized life force energy and a devitalized solar plexus or OP center. And so just being intentional about sending energy there so that when in those moments when we are having emotional reactions or we are stressed out, we can have a divine reaction because we have the energy, we have the life force energy to show up for ourselves and apply ma'at or Ejiobe or, you know, whatever it is, whatever resource we're pulling from for divinity in that moment. So I just will also encourage folks to look into life force energy as well. Oh, devitalize. Sorry. I think it was my little lisp. I know, devitalize.
It was intentional because it's divided lives, right? When you are living a divided life, you are devitalized. It's the same, you know, Gerard said it spoke. You didn't say it, but that's what spoke to him. That's what because that incorporation of all ourselves, we're not going to be able to get ahead unless we pull all of ourselves together. Joy said, let me get to it. She said, I really don't think I could have done this work without outside support.
Yes.
You know, it's difficult to navigate this. No man is an island, right? We have communal care, absolutely. We have to be able to develop and rely on community, whether it's a larger group of people that we include in our lives, or our families, our partners and children, and whatever and honestly, community needs to be people who you can bounce ideas off of, people who can bring in new perspectives. And one of the things that we neglect, especially in this social media era, is developing community right where we are. You know, we don't know who our neighbors are. We don't know who we can trust, who are our allies, who are our, you know, people that we can go to right where we are. And it's hard enough, you know, in digital spaces. So I can only imagine, you know, what it's like in real world spaces. But it has, you know, these are the parts of how we get into deeper understanding of self, right? Greater access to resources, because we can, you know, we can do it alone, but we go further together, right? So let's see, just to get into the comments. Community is something I'm sorely needing these days. So weird and hard to do during this pandemic. I spent too long in hermit mode. No, you didn't. You didn't spend too long in hermit mode. You were there for exactly how long you needed to be. Is this Ash Johns? Because Ash, if this is you, the things that you've birthed as a result of hermit mode have been well worth the length of time that you took to be there. Okay. Don't beat yourself up. Everything you need is coming to you. All right. Omikunle said, Whitney, I would suggest that we are impeccable with our word and to use breath work, mantra, and body movement to vitalize the solar plexus. One of the things we don't do enough of is move our bodies. Okay. Moving, and it's so underrated right now, like getting into a physical movement practice. What, you know, the saying, as above, so below, right? That's one of the Hermetic principles. That's one of the things, the first thing you learn, Magic 101, as above, so below, right? When you're moving your body, you are releasing blockages in your spiritual veins, right? You are shaking off the stragglers that like to hang around your fields, right? A good rigorous routine, even if it's just once a week, accompanied with some milder, mellow routines like Tai Chi, yoga, stretching, right? All these things are really important when it comes to our spiritual development. You have to have your body also in a state of motion. Twerking, absolutely. Shake that ass. That's yeah. So
spiritual works, honey.
Absolutely. Malik said, I'm interested on how to safely re-enter community when we know we have caused harm. Moving past and through the struggles of mental health, I always want to make sure I'm building community with dignity and respect. Atonement. Go ahead, Malaya. You answer that question.
Yeah, I think you were getting to that. I think when we consider bringing people back into our community who has caused harm, I think we have to first consider the needs of people who you know, consider their needs. What are some of the things that they need for themselves and from, you know, whoever is in the first place, which is a part of that atonement. It's not just about what the person who did the harm is doing and what they get to do and when, you know, moving on their timeline. It's really about the people who were impacted by that harm and how as a community we can show up for them and get them to a place where they feel comfortable, you know, doing that. What is that? Restorative justice work within the community. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure that out myself. You know, I've been in several community spaces where shit happens because we're humans, and this is the world that we live in. We don't know how to deal with conflict in our families and our social settings. So I think that is a part of the shift that we as a global collective in the Hoodoo community, African traditional religion community, need to take very serious. Like, how do we address that stuff? How do we address harm in our community, and how do we take care of ourselves, our people, and hold space for atonement, for that restorative justice practice to happen? Because I've never seen it happen and it feel righteous, you know, it feels integral, and like some healing work actually got done. So I think that's a part of the new technologies that we are creating now for our future selves that I'm excited about. But what do you think? Which I think.
Yeah, I'm in no way an expert. I think this is something that has to be studied, and we have to figure it out together because, you know, by virtue of living here in the West, like, we're impacted by the way we view justice and how we conceptualize that. So I'm still figuring it out as well. I think we should use divination to also, like, just have some clarity on the situation and how to move forward. Yeah, that's where I am with it. And just making sure that everyone is healing in the situation. So not an expert, but that's just as far as my scope of knowledge goes around that topic.
But I do think it's important to still provide support in the healing process for everybody, including the person who did the harm. You know, like, there are, when people, I mean, we all have some toxic predator shit up in us, you know, like, we've been preyed upon, we've done some praying without being self-aware, you know, and thank the ancestors that when I was being toxic out in the world, all of my loved ones didn't distance themselves from me. You know, I had people reflecting that shit back to me, like, this who you really trying to be out here? Like, come on, really? I think you should listen to this. I think you should, you know, let's try this. I think you should acknowledge this about yourself, so that I was able to, you know, then receive it and do my part, do my work with accountability, you know, with the support of my people, of them not just like, oh, well, you know, I'm still your friend, it doesn't matter. It's like, no, you know, when your friends or your loved ones aren't being good people to themselves and the people in their community. So, you know, we have to hold ourselves and each other accountable. That's a part of getting into the self-awareness so that we can fully show up for ourselves. You know, when I was living in my life of high tolerance for pain, I wasn't aware of the shit that I was like spewing to everybody else in the world around me, you know? So I think it's all connected with showing up for people who may lack some self-awareness about how they're treating people in their community, or ready to do that work. The support
Right.
necessary.
Somebody asked the question. Perry said, what do you do when the transgressor views themselves as the victim and aren't open to self-reflection or healing? That's a good question, and that's one that I battle with myself. When the person who is doing the harm doesn't see how they're harming others, and their feelings are leading them to believe that they are the ones being attacked, the only thing that I know to do is to wait for them to come out of that from a distance. I can't engage. I don't have the range to engage in victimhood and lack of accountability for someone who's causing obvious harm. Mm-hmm. That's very difficult for me to do. Especially when I am the recipient of attacks, right? if I'm just watching the situation, it's easy to just be like, let me just mind my business because I don't know what's going on with this bullshit, right? But Talani says we provide space for their healing, but wall them off so they cannot harm again. What does that look like, right? Omikunle Omalea, do you know what that might? Can you give some insight on what that might look like to wall them off? Where do you wall them off to? Like VAR access? You know, don't give them access to you anymore. How do you provide space for them without them having access? That's my question for that.
Without them having access to the community or to
Yeah,
you?
both.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of what we need to figure out, honestly. I do think though, in this world that we live in, I think it's important that we acknowledge the truth of, you know, like the gray areas, I guess. It's like someone who is a predator, who is victimizing themselves. Yeah, you are a victim. You have probably been through a lot of fuck shit in your life. I can't take that away from them and say, well, because you are a predator, that doesn't matter. Because it does matter. It makes you a fucking predator. Simple. Right. You know? I do agree with what you were saying though. I think it's important to the community and to the person who is still in relationship with this person who's being accused as a predator to create space, you know, just set a boundary like, okay, well, I can't do this with you, you know, like I hear you and I hold that truth for you, but here's where we are, you know, just like some real talk. Here's where we are, you know, this is where we're coming from. And no pressure, not forcing you to do or be anything. But if you want to be over here, you want to be in our lives, this is what it is. You know, that's I don't know, that's where I would come from with it. But starting with holding that truth, like, yeah, you are a victim. You need some support, fam. Like you need help. And yeah, it may be outside of my capacity and outside of the capacity of the people in the group, but like you know, the community. But how can I, as someone who, you know, still loves you, supports you, whatever, like help you get that help, support you in getting that help. If you don't want it, cool. I'm out. I can't keep, you know, trying to make you drink water. But yeah, we need to have like a community restorative justice table.
I agree.
Yeah.
That would be so
absolutely.
But just to answer the wall question, I would say maybe to do some protection work for those people who need it, whether it's for yourself or the community. But not necessarily sending that person harm, sending, you know, wanting them to have clarity about what's happening and some sort of interest, you know, in healing. But I would set some really strong boundaries, some uncompromising boundaries. I would do some protection work. And then I will also take it into trance if it was appropriate for me, if it wasn't too, if it's not too harmful, or if it doesn't impact my psyche in such a negative way, I would, like we talked about earlier with sending our younger selves or our future selves love and healing energy, we can use God energy to shift, you know, someone's perspective. So just visualizing them, using the power of visualization to get them to come into the awareness of what they're doing is harmful. You know, even if you just visualize that person and you can just see the word clarity just like going into their head, or you can see them engaging in an act that acknowledges that they have demonstrated some sort of harm, however it works for you in the way you engage visualization. But yes, boundaries, protection work, and using visualizations or energy to shift what's happening would be my recommendations.
Yeah, let me go back up into these comments because people are saying, giving some really good responses to that question themselves. Tyrell said, hold on, within my own family, I screamed about what happened. Then I walked away and there was silence. Excuse me, silence for a couple years. And I delved into the lineage. I had to feel and listen to all my rage, then reset. My Gobella taught me, you study the people who trigger you, away from them, because they are a teacher for you. The healing ain't done, but my parents and I are talking now on a regular basis, understanding each other. Nadima said, yes, another way I have been navigating it too is having support for myself too, if that's possible. I know that's not always possible for everyone, as in therapy, as in someone to help you through these things. Mo said, humanize flaw and emphasize the very brutal reality that we all have the capacity to cause harm. Absolutely. For so many reasons. Even when we have the complete, opposite intentions. Complete opposite intentions. So re-emphasize that, helping that person to feel safe and to be able to be honest with themselves about what they did and that they were harmful, because when people cannot rationalize that they are both in need of accountability and deserving of healing, they will dissociate from the harmful identity. So they need to feel safe. Our society does not make it safe to be flawed or make mistakes at all. Absolutely. So I see what you're saying, Mo. Step outside of the conditioning and continue to hold space for them so that when they're ready and they can come back and say, listen, I know that I harmed and I'm ready to acknowledge that harm. And for us to be open enough to give space for that flaw, to give space for that mistake. And then encourage them to receive the help that they need when they're ready to. Okay. Christina said, from a different writing, a fully realized self will face maximum opposition. You will be ignored, you will be mocked, you will be dismissed. Some will offer harm to your body. People will attempt to disappear you for any number of reasons. Stop being surprised. Anticipate it. You have choices. Stand and fight. Stealth and thrive. Flow and twist. Pick any and all of the above. Have several plans. Execute them, as in the plans, not the person. Everything is a negotiation. Always be ready to walk. Nothing is more important than the truth of yourself. Always be ready to burn everything to the ground. Always know this is the way entire forests are reborn. Okay, Cindy Bonaparte said, yes, how do we deal with an elder being harmful individuals, and what community do we have to help too? The people that you trust, that's your community. The people who show you that they love you and support you and have for a time, right? People who you've been through opposition with and you have gotten through it. That's your community. And if you don't have anybody like that, work on developing community based on shared interests and shared mission and goals, right? So let's say you like to dance. Well, now you go where the dancers are and you dance with these people and you share space with these people. If you want to study ATR, you go where the ATR heads is at. You know, people who want to know what it all is about. You know, go where the know-it-alls are. That's your people, right? And you engage with them and you commune with them. So how do we deal with an elder being harmful? Call their name out in public. In public spaces, call them out. Understand that calling somebody out for being harmful is different than calling somebody out for hurting your feelings. Okay? So harmful, we know what harm is, right? So Gerard said executing the person might be part of the plan. This is the way. Sometimes this is the way. Joy said trust is born from the clarity about what is for you. Yes. Trust is born from the clarity about what you know is necessary for you. One of the things I think we get mixed up when it comes to when it comes to community work and helping others is we work so hard to figure out what does the community need? How do I help people, you know, do whatever I want to help them do? And you completely neglect what it is that you need, right? 9 times out of 10, what you need is what the community needs too. So figure out for you, get very selfish about what you need. And then from there, you can do greater and more effective work because you are fulfilling your own need in the process. Okay. Nadima said, would it be possible to speak a little more on the visualization? I think, Omikunle, I think that was you. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself and you can speak on that. And then we're gonna transition over into Mambo. I'm sorry, not Mambo. We'll transition over to Big Liz, Elizabeth Ruth, and she's gonna take us to the end. All right.
No problem. So with visualization, whether it's specifically for restorative justice or shifting a negative recurring thought that you might be having or a negative experience you might have had, I'll give you an example. So my father and I have an estranged relationship, and he's never done anything to me, but I get so uncomfortable. I used to be so uncomfortable around him. I used to have resentment just like bubble within my person when I thought of him. And I knew how harmful those feelings and thoughts were to my body, my soul. So for some time, I don't remember how long I did it, I would do my breath work with the breathing exercises. You would want to breathe in for 2 counts, exhale out for 4, breathing in for 2 counts, exhale out for 4. And you want to do that for at least like 8 to 9 minutes. Around there, you'll feel like you're relaxed and you're in that state of that meditative state. And then I would just visualize him and myself in an open green field, because green is the color of the heart chakra, or the Kepara chakra, the Kepara Aritu. And we would not even speak. We would just hug, because I didn't have words at the time. And we would just hug, and I would be crying in my waking state because my consciousness, it did not know that wasn't real, you know? So it felt like I was healing, and I was healing. It wasn't a feeling. It's scientific, as we've been saying. It's science, you know, meditation is a science. And so I was able to heal that. So if there's a situation that is bothering you, or if we're talking specifically about someone that has caused you harm, when it is appropriate, I would encourage you to do the breath work, visualize the situation that caused you the harm. Then if you can, say something that is true, maybe a scripture that resonates with you, an Odu proverb, anything that works. I like to just call them principles or divine laws, so that your spirit can receive what's true in the situation. It's not to say that the emotions you felt were not true, but what we know is true is that you are peaceful by nature, and that what the emotions are making you feel, or what the situation is making you feel, is causing you harm, and we want to shift that. And so then you would visualize your person having a peaceful reaction to, I always close my eyes when I explain this. Then you visualize your person having a peaceful reaction to the situation, or engaging in something, some sort of healing. You visualize your person having a peaceful reaction, or just doing something that demonstrates that you are at peace with the situation. And then the last part is you have healed. So something in your physical body that was once not well is now healed. So for me, my person has a fibroid, and I have just been visualizing my fibroid just shrinking, or the fibroid, because it is not mine. You know, the language is important. And so that's been my entire winter solstice, this moon cycle. I've been trying to use the power of meditation and science to shrink it and pass it, you know. So I hope that was helpful. Let me see.
I want to say to this as an addendum to that, it is also important. Yes, we are peace by nature, but we do experience those uncomfortable.
You muted yourself, Rish.
Sorry. I was saying, as an addendum to that, while we understand that peace is our nature, we do experience the uncomfortable emotions like rage, anger, frustration, right? It's equally as important to be in relationship with those uncomfortable feelings as it is to be in relationship with peace, right? Without acknowledgement of those uncomfortable spaces and getting to the root of the why am I feeling this rage? What has just enraged me, right? In an attempt to quickly transmute it into peace a little bit sooner than it's time, but before it's ready to be glazed over, it's not gonna just be glazed over, right? It will not allow you to just glaze over it. It will turn into something else inside of you, right? So you have to be able to get with that and sit with that, give it some love, give it a hug, let it rage, let it talk its shit, right? Let it say what it needs to say to whoever it needs to say it to, and then wait for it to decide when it's satisfied. When the rage is satisfied, that's when you can move back into, the next thing, whatever the next thing is, right? So all right. Do y'all have any last words before we head on over?
Yeah, I wanted to add something to what you were saying before we got to the meditation about acknowledging that you are a part of the collective, So when we think about taking care of ourselves, it truly is changing the world. You taking care of yourself is changing the global society and, creating extra ripples and deleting shit up in the, time space continuum. And I say that because my professional background was in community organizing. And, most of my 20s was spent thinking about Black people collectively in this country and what I can do to support Black people collectively, And it wasn't until I really started to take care of myself and look at myself and ask myself, well, what do you need, Malaya? What support do you need? What are the resources that you need to take care of yourself to live your best life? Go do that for yourself. Go provide those things for yourself. And then let that light be what it needs to be for your people. So now that I'm taking a different approach to community organizing, by first taking care of myself, I see that the long-term impacts it has on my community and how I'm able to still thrive. Like a lot of us was running on fumes, honey, burned out and was trying to wear it well. And it's just not cute. It's not. And we got to stop trying to do that shit. Stop burning your people out on some community organizing stuff. That's not cute anymore. Encourage your people to take care of themselves so that we can show up whole for each other moving forward, thinking about, what do our community need? I need you to take care of yourself so that I can take care of myself and we can be whole humans together in our community. So I just wanted to end with that. Thank you so much, Rish. I appreciate this opportunity. I love talking to y'all.
Same. Go ahead, Mama. You can say your
Okay. Thank you, beautiful. Yeah, I love that, sis. I think I'll just kind of add on to that, just that as we heal ourselves, healing within itself, is a revolutionary act. As we raise our vibration, we raise the collective vibration. So just knowing that there is an offering to the community, just by you doing your healing work, or to the collective. And yeah, I just also want to maybe just clarify a little bit about the emotions. I don't want y'all to think that I live in this world of everything just being love and light. I don't know if it's the voice, but emotions are important. They are teachers, but I also believe in our excellence, not even believe, because belief, it negates my knowingness. So I know for a fact how amazing our potential is. And so when I say that, you know, that we should basically transcend some of these lower emotions, it's because I know that we can, and that we've been trained to just hold on to shit for years and years. And those things make us so incredibly sick, and it's so damaging to our brain. Like emotions, negative emotions literally create brain damage. I'm a therapist. I'm a mental health therapist, mental wellness practitioner. I am such a nerd for neuropsychology. And so I'm not saying don't feel it. You know, we have to feel the emotions and go through it, but don't sit with it. Don't hold on to grudges for 10, 15, 20 years. It's going to show up. It's going to show up. So I just wanted to add that in. And yeah, again, my name is Omi. I'm the creator of the Soul Care Collective. So if anyone is interested in maybe beginning some mental wellness therapy or holistic wellness practices, we're here, we're available. But I feel like a lot of people in this space do those things for themselves, which is amazing. I'm here for the self-healing, but that's it. That's all I really wanted to add in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want y'all to go ahead and put in your website, IG, where people can contact you in the chat for me. So everybody go follow them and learn and study and gather what you can, because it is very nourishing, both of them. So is Elizabeth Ruth in the building? All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. So thank y'all again. I really appreciate y'all. This was an excellent panel. So mellow. Y'all so sweet and watery. Shut up. All right. Here we go. And okay, there we go. I'm looking for, here we go. All right.
Blessings.
Hey, gorgeous.
Hear me? Okay, excellent. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to start off. Can you enable my screen sharing for me?
Yes, I will. Give me just a second. I'm about to make you the host, and then after your presentation, we talked about it. Just pass it right back over to me. Yes.
I will pass it back.
Okay. All right, there we go.
All right. Okay. So let me blow up thy window here and share my screen, and hopefully you all will be able to see both my screen and me.
Let me say this real quick. I want y'all to know Elizabeth Ruth was one of the very first interviews that the Nine Minds radio show ever did back in, was it 2016 or 17?
Yeah, back then, yeah.
Back in the day. It was a few years ago. When I was just trying to figure out what I was doing and who I wanted to interview. And she had, I believe it was Miss Pat who put me on to you. And she was like, she has these really amazing products. Oh my God, Risha, they smell so good. I said, for real? Let me go find her right quick. And then I ordered some stuff and I said, let me hit her up. And then I had you on, and you sponsored my very first event through the Nine Minds radio show and sent me some products, and I gave them out to all the attendees, and it was just really dope. So we've been in cahoots for a long time on this hoodoo shit. It started over Cat Ironwood. Remember her? So glad to see she's a forgotten relic of the past. But yes, so right. So Elizabeth Ruth is about to present on how to elevate the ancestors of the diaspora. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and let her take it away. I just had to do a proper introduction. I couldn't just let her hop in without saying who she was and all that good stuff. All right, take it away, Mom.
So to close and end this particular event, I want to, all of us, I know we've been sitting here all day. I want you to kind of shake yourself out, get your mind right. And what we're going to do is a model of what I want you to do with the information that you're going to receive this evening. It is an honor and it is a blessing to close out this conference. It means the world to me. And I would be remiss if I did not call on the creator and the ancestors to speak for me this evening, as I do when I do any divination or when I'm teaching. So if we can all just breathe together, put your feet on the ground, ground yourself. You can hold your hands open, but close your eyes. Give yourself a moment with spirit. Take in some of those breathing techniques that we were taught earlier in the conference. Almighty creator of all that is above and below, Loa, Orisha, elevated ancestors and deities. We come to you this evening for edification. We come to you this evening for understanding. We come to you for connection. May the examples that be given inspire someone who may not have had an ancestor that they knew of to go to, or inspire someone to reach and extend their hoodoo practice into the spirits of the people who fought for us, the very people that exist, that are the reason why we exist today. And this is my petition and prayer in the name of the universe, Aye Bobo. So we're gonna get started. You know, back in 2016, I attended the Black Witch Convention, and I ran into a friend of mine from 40 years ago. We went to the same church together, very weird church, not even worth getting into right now. But, you know, one of the things, and she's a Kemetic priestess, and I was on my path to Haitian voodoo. And, you know, one of the things that she mentioned to me, her name is Mayat Makuru, and I probably have mispronounced her name badly. She said, you know, one of the things that we are really essentially missing in our practice is the fact that, and you're going to hear some bells because one of my spiritual sisters is coming in the house. One of the things that we are missing in our practice is the connection to the spirits of this land. You know, I posted something on Facebook a few weeks ago that said we have about 4,000 collective ancestors that back us all up. But one of the things that I find is that we are losing connections with the people that we are closest to. The people that are our very reasons for our spiritual survival, our tradition survival, our education survival, our artistic and innovative survival, the very foundation of who we are as Africans of the diaspora in the Americas and in the Caribbean. And so I realized that, you know, yeah, that is something that we need to get back to. I started a Facebook group called the First African Temple of Ancestor Veneration. And, you know, it was simply to get people to have a place to post and to share about these ancestors. Often I start off calling them my intellectual ancestors. What I believed were the people that, for me, you know, I'm a former English professor. I studied Black literature as an undergraduate. And it's very funny because when you start looking at our people from a magical hoodoo perspective, we then can see some magic that we might have regulated to the corners of superstition and old wives' tales. And one of the things that happens when students come to me and they want to learn how to practice hoodoo, Black people is like, where's my connection? Do I have a right to do this? And I have the contention that you have the birthright as a Black person of the diaspora to practice our magic. Not everybody's going to be an intuitive. Not everybody's going to be an herbal healer. Not everybody's going to be able to work with certain tools. All of us have our own spiritual gifts to give. You've seen a plethora of people here in this presentation who are scholars, workers, healers, readers, artists, creators. And I want to bring you closer to the ancestors right here, right under our very own noses, and take them out of just looking at them in February for Black History Month. And then most importantly, I want you to really become closely connected to your ancestors, because I find that they talked about the elitism of ATRs today. And while I think that ATRs have a very valuable place and can lead to our enhancement and our enlightenment, we've got to start with the foundations of who we are, what we are familiar with. I know that when I first started practicing voodoo, and even now, you know, if you're sitting on the outside and you're not fluent in the language, you didn't grow up in the culture, that spiritual connection can be very, very hard. And so I want to encourage you to reach to your ancestors that are right here in front of you. And I want to give you some ways to go about it, because hoodoo is made up of three things. This is my belief. There are three criteria that sets hoodoo apart from other, say, occult or magical practices. And one of them, the top one, is ancestor veneration. Okay. The second one would be the doctrine of signatures, and you're going to learn how to use someone else's signature actually to bring more power, more inspiration, and more spirit to your magic. And then the use of personal concerns and sympathetic magic. Those are the three cornerstones of hoodoo for me. And from what I've learned from my research and from what I've learned from my spiritual work. And so without that veneration of where we are, who we come from, you'll actually be treated as we have been. We have been, due to colonization, racism, and oppression, hoodoo has been treated as less, even in comparison to ATRs. And so what I want you to realize is that hoodoo is a conglomeration of everything you are, from everywhere you've came, and that these ancestors matter, and that they can bring an additional gifts to your workings. So we're going to move to the next screen here, and I'm going to see how this is going to work. There we go. Okay, so first of all, building ancestor relationships. One of the things that when I teach Hoodoo 101, you know, most people do not come in with, and I'm looking over here at chat, I got 3 monitors, y'all, so I want to make sure that I'm keeping up with your questions and I'm answering them, okay, as we go along. But one of the things is, you know, one of the things that can get you really messed up, especially in the practice of magic, is not building spiritual relationships. You know, it's often been said in the occult, but hell, even back in the Christian church, they used to tell us, oh, ghosts and spirits aren't real. Those are just demons taking places of your loved ones and taking on different forms to scare you from really connecting with the dead, okay? And you have to know, scientifically, energy does not die. It continues. But the one thing I do know through anthropological studies and through studies of history is that we don't call on these spirits, if we don't keep the things they did and the things they accomplished that empower us today, if we don't keep those things in the forefront of our minds and on the tip of our tongues, they go away. It's called erasure. So at the very basis of your ancestral tradition, we need to keep the spirits alive. The spirits and the knowledge of the things that they did in their life. I remember there used to be this series on PBS about who do you think you are? And Chris Rock said, had he known his background, that his actual ancestors were in the Reconstruction government, he would have thought that he could have been more than just a janitor or a comedian. When we open our minds and we open our spirits to the accomplishments and the abilities and the spirit of our people, not only do we learn the practical things that they taught, they wrote, they created, they also help to build those things in you. So, you know, this is a picture that they pass around. I got it from my shop. But, you know, for those of you who don't practice or are interested in practicing hoodoo or wanting to look at a foundation for your practice, start with your people first. You know, we're often, when you come into the occult, especially as Black Americans, we come in often through white occult organizations and paths. We feel a disconnect. We're often treated as the magical Negro at different magical gatherings, and we don't even know why. So the first thing you want to do is you want to set up your own spiritual court with the people who are closest to you. So, you know, and not everybody needs to go on your ancestor altar. If you start off with something as simple as a white cloth, a glass of water, a white candle, and you build from there. Because see, that's for your focus. A lot of people don't understand that the magical tools that we use in different things, yes, plants and herbs, everything has an energy, but what is your connection to it? So learning how to get with your spirits through meditation, through many of the techniques that we discussed today, from talking to them. People always want to know, how do I create a relationship with my ancestors? Well, communication. That's how we create a relationship with anyone else, right? You know, if you don't, you know, you all got that friend that comes to you and they want $20, and then eventually that's all they communicating about, and you stop picking up the phone. So let's stop waiting until we actually need the ancestors to keep them in our lives. You know, it's funny because Black folks everywhere have been said, you know, we got ancestor altars, and folks just aren't talking about them. Like there's usually in the home, on the mantle, or in a china cabinet, pictures of the dead, funeral programs and things like that. Okay. And I'll talk to you about this. You know, this is, like I said, it's a very popular picture. You know, some of the stuff that you may or may not want to consider, you know, you can have a book of ancestor names and petitions. I think that's good. Food offerings is something that you can do. Candy, if they have vices, I've often heard people say, oh, don't give them alcohol and cigarettes if they were alcoholic. Give them what they love. They are energy, and energy doesn't die. But plants, water. In voodoo, we see the dead as underwater. We see water also as a communication. If you look at the elements that are in the pentacle, water is used for communication, for the flow of things. And that's often why people will say that bubbles in a glass are significant of that type of communication. Fire, earth. If you notice, and you know, it's so funny because people don't want to relate things to say what they have associated with what they call European witchcraft. But if you know the history of our people, and you know the history of African traditional religions and other religions that have lived and prospered and continue to this very day in Africa, all of these things started there. We have a unique ability as African Americans to have just a lot of whatever comes to us magically available to us. You'll learn as you get to know a divination tool or become more closely in sync with your intuitive abilities and spirit contact and spirit conversations, the things that are for you and the things that aren't. You know, outside of an ATR, I love the fluidity of hoodoo. As Rich was saying earlier, you know, we have differences. Whether I have Yankee relatives, but those Yankee relatives came from Georgia. I got my Alabama relatives. I got my Louisiana relatives. You've got all these different people that come together, especially during the Great Migration, who have put forth traditions and spiritual work, whether it was either not in the church or even in our churches, that will bring you closer to your ancestral court. And I'm telling you, before you want to jump off, you know, there's the white Wiccans, they won't even go to ancestors. They'll skip right over ancestors to goetic demons. And it's hilarious because in my store, you know, and through my website, we sponsor classes, and, you know, I handle the African American ancestral traditions. I have teachers that handle the Latino spiritual traditions. I hired a white witch by the name of Patty Weddington to teach an ancestors class, because I find that too often ancestors from outside of our culture, they see the power, they see the work, and they want to latch on to things that are simply not theirs. And I'm going to tell you, the spirits that are for you, you will come to know. And what a better way to practice spiritual communication than with the spirits that you know the best. That being said, people who have been part of your life and who have died and passed on, and you may not have resolved some of those spiritual traumas, then you don't have to add them to your ancestor altar. There are certain powerful conjure people in my family that I've come to find out about that, that energy may or may not coincide with things that I'm trying to manifest. And it's okay, you can have respect for them, but necessarily you may not be venerating them, having spiritual conversations, letting them into your aura on a regular basis. And that's okay. That's the beauty of hoodoo. Hoodoo is you. That's what I love about my ancestral altar. In religions and other types of practices, there may be certain restrictions and rules about how you go about venerating or what you need to have on your altar or your boveda. But in hoodoo, it's your ancestry. It's you. So you want to work from that perspective, and you will find that your magic will be closer to your spirit, closer to your heart, and closer to you. So veneration, remembering them on particular days of the week, definitely use the birth dates or the death dates of these ancestors to venerate them on their special days. Make your own holiday, hoodoo holiday calendar with the ancestors that mean the most to you. And then visitation. Hoodoo has a long history of visitation, whether it is the graveyard or monuments or places where these ancestors bled, died, lived, thrived, suffered, had joy. These places are open and accessible to us. And then start to understand where hidden ancestors may be. There are certain, my daughter was telling me last night that the vibe she got from Central Park really sat heavy on our heart. And we know that there are lots of Black people buried under that park. So wherever that we can offer veneration and visitation to bring us close to the energies of our ancestors, that's something that we really need to do. During COVID, we haven't had the opportunity to do that, but I encourage you, if you've heard the stories of the people that go back to Ghana and stand at the gate from which our ancestors left, and that is a very powerful experience, one that we're not really detached from because it wasn't so long ago. But think about the energy, the healing, the pleads and the petitions for reparations and the things that we could get if we managed to get closer to our ancestors who were here. And I don't think that we pay attention to that enough. So let me go to the next slide here. They're closer than we imagine. I mean, that's the thing. It's like when we think about our friends, you got your close friends, you got your associates, and you got people that you just know. Looking back to spirits like Mother Harriet Tubman, there was a big uproar a couple of years ago where a white man from Scotland wrote a book about Harriet Tubman and, and used the descendants from her life as the basis on a lot of the things that he did. They should have received a byline. So the biggest question is, we can be mad about these things, but have you worked with the spirit of Harriet Tubman? Have you researched what she did, what she was about? And maybe say she was a war strategist. She was a spy. How can we embrace that energy in our work so that we are knowing, so that we can be one step ahead of our oppressors? This is what I'm talking about, where you're taking something what maybe seem very distant to you, incorporating it in your magic and making it embraced with our mundane. And we're going to get to that a little bit later. But the people who cared about us the closest, that praying grandmama, your mama, your daddy, your aunties, your uncles. And even for me, I have people who adopted me, and you all know how we have cousins and aunties and soul children and things that we aren't even related to by blood. But those were the people that made sure I maintained, that I stayed here, that I made my accomplishments. Where are those people in your magical practice? Because if you're missing them, and you're not connecting to them, you're missing out on some amazing relationships. My ancestors have been talking to me since I was a small child. It's been only within the last decade that I've been able to put the pieces together and realize what the purpose of those messages were, and how that really is magic, and how that really fuels me to keep going, to keep persevering. You know, they're responsible. Harriet is the reason why we survived. There's going to be other people that I'm going to talk about, but we have literally millions of ancestors that we are the result of. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. We are, I don't like that mean this is, we're not our ancestors. We are our ancestors because they fought, they died, they healed, and they created and brought this magic here so that I could have it, so that I could have a spiritual basis for the way I'm going to lead the rest of my life. Whoops. So let me go back up. The nature of hoodoo. And that's when I talk to you guys about the three principles: the magical, the medical, the mundane. Okay. So in African cosmology, there's no separation of the mind, the body, and the spirit. They are all one. Okay. And so when we go and we look, for example, like if I'm teaching someone how to use the doctrine of signatures, which is something that ancient Africans in the development of medicine had to do in order to find out what herbs and roots would heal us. And because there was no separation of mind, body, and spirit, excuse me, these things were brought together to create what we now see in modern medicine and in spirituality. And so we want to make sure that when we're working with ancestors of any type, when I get ready to do something that I need to have done for me, and I never saw hoodoo and even voodoo from this Hollywood perspective, you know, as a practitioner. Now, yes, before that, there were a lot of preconceived notions, and, you know, my ancestors were really weird about talking about magic. My family was never one until they became, as they left home and became Christian converts and stuff like that, to condemn the practices of our people. My grandparents just did shit. And I didn't really know. The more and more and more that I study hoodoo, I realized how hoodoo my grandparents really were. You know, and I was hearing on the first night of this conference about how people gardened with their grandparents and planted flowers, and, you know, the remedies and the things that they gave us. All of that is your foundation. And so now I realize if I want to do some work in my garden, I really want to be on and popping. I know my mama, my auntie, my grandmama, those are the three biggest gardeners in our family. And so when I'm outside in the garden, I'm not just at the ancestor altar in the house, I'm at the ancestor altar outside of my house. And I'm asking that their guidance. And trust me, because sometimes I don't know what I was doing. I used to think I had a black thumb. But sometimes they would be like, nope, don't do that, or dig it a little bit deeper, or put it there. You all have to understand that there are small miracles in our magic. The things that kind of, when they say you season your food and the ancestors tell you when to stop. Okay, I got people in my family that can cook. All my family members, there's very few family members in the generations before me that couldn't cook. And I know which ones to call on when I'm making a certain thing. So you should, and if you have older people that are still alive in your family, it doesn't matter if they are Bible-bred Christians or not, talk to them about the things that their mothers and grandmothers used to heal their illnesses. Because, you know, I was 16 years old before I ever saw the inside of an emergency room. I think I was 7 years old before I ever saw a dentist. I had a cavity down to my gum. But our people didn't go a lot of the times to hospitals, you know, and maybe from a position of where they couldn't, or they didn't trust them. for reasons we very well known today. Tuskegee experiment, anybody, and Henrietta Leaks, and every other time that we've been used for scientific experimentation, or our pain has been ignored due to the fact of racism and oppression and the ideas that we could handle more pain. So we have family traditions that are rich in nature medicine, in spirituality. I mean, even old, what we call Negro spirituals, if y'all notice, a lot of them don't talk about Jesus. But listen to the themes, listen to the coded songs of slave songs about when carry me home, you know, swing low, sweet chariot coming forth to carry me home. Not only embodies how someone was going to escape, but then the desire to return to the motherland. We miss these things, and it's important that we pay attention to our history and to the people who shaped that history. And through that, we can find a whole lineage of ancestral spirits that can help power our work that we may not have considered before. So I'm looking at the chat right now. Yes, believed and called it something different. Rosaries, you know, I'm honestly, the Black church is hoodoo. You are damn right. The ring shout, the calling of the Holy Ghost, the laying of hands, the anointing of oil, all of these things that we see in this so-called magic or witchcraft even in the white occult world came from us. You can get read on that mourner's bench in the front of that church just as good as you can from your local tarot reader. But we don't pay attention to those things anymore. Often, you know, especially with the Great Migration, if you look at Daughters of the Dust and other things like that, will show you how it was considered to be country or backwards or illiterate. I look at hoodoo as the source. First and foremost, before I belong to any other religion, I am a hoodoo. It is who I am. I didn't even know it growing up. You know, people have made, people who don't care for me have tried to even make comparisons between a biography that I wrote about myself at the beginning of my practice and where I am now. And every day I am finding there are things that connect me to this magic. And for everything from prophetic dreaming to the spirit visitations, my grandmother was like, even using the term witch. My grandmother, at 6 years old, we're standing at the window. This is a woman who took me to her own worker. I used to sit back in the corner with my little Etch-a-Sketch and my crayons and shut the fuck up because there's all this incense and candles and beads. It was the 70s. And they talk in hushed tones. My grandmother stood at a window with me one day and pointed out into our courtyard and said, you know, I was six. She looked at me and she said, I was 6 years old when I saw my first witch. And that's all she said. And I was like, well, that goddamn grandma, I mean, which is, you know, but really seriously, I was raised in that time where you was a kid, I was the queen of ear hustling. The shit, but one time I can remember, there's very few times I got spanking when I was a child. My auntie broke a brush on my ass because I was ear hustling on a swing door and they were sitting there talking about spirits and ghosts and family curses and things like that. And so I don't know, I just didn't think to ask her, you know, your first witch, well, where the rest of them, you know? And so, you know, really getting down into your family history, you might actually find some of the people that we're going to talk about tonight doing your DNA, doing your genealogy. You might have a connection to these mystical, magical people that you never knew about. And I promise you, my sister was like, I wanted to watch Maya Rainey's Black Bottom. My sister has become a conjurer. And she's like, wait a minute, I went and started doing some digging online. She was a conjure woman. You're going to be hard pressed to find any of the people that I'm going to tell you about this evening that didn't practice some type of what we call hoodoo, the magic of Black people. Rich, did you want to say something before I move to the next slide?
No, ma'am. I'm good to go. You take it away.
You know, people always like, well, where do I go? Who do I choose? Man, look, sometimes spirits come to you. You have to take a look at my study here. Like my master's degree is in Black literature. So everything on these shelves is written all by Black authors. Everything over here is witchcraft and the occult, okay? This one's looking a little empty because I moved my craft books downstairs. But they came to me. They chose me. Some people like Zora Neale Hurston, and my exposure to Black literature not only led me to Their Eyes Were Watching God, it led me to Tell My Horse. It led me to Mules and Men. It's led me to the book that she just did. I think it's called Buckaroo, the one that they just published after her death, The Last Slave Narrative. And that was the catalyst for me. Zora then turned me on to Langston Hughes and the poems that I've been reciting as a kid. Life for Me Ain't Been No Crystal Stair, and all of the things that he wrote. Then my mentors gave me the book of Negro folklore, and Langston Hughes and Erna Boteps, they wrote about the spirit of High John. So through your studies, through your occupation, through your education, these people who are the reason why we can study these things can be your inspiration. So something may come to you. You work with the energy that's needed. When we talk about the doctrine of signatures in magic, primarily magical materia, right? Herbs, roots, crystals, and things like that. Their elements, their spirit, even their zodiac signs, and what they do magically and medicinally. And I try to include that with all of the herbs and roots and crystals and things that we sell on our website, because there are people, places, and things that can match the energy of your work. You don't have to go and worry about, oh, I don't know how to work with a spirit in a closed practice to get your magic going. And that's one of the most, for me, it's sometimes a curse because of the access that other people think that they have. But for me, that's the biggest blessing of hoodoo, is the accessibility of this energy, the accessibility of our hoodoo saints. And no, while yes, there were saints from the Catholic Church that were brought into Spiritism, and I'm going to talk about people who are responsible for that tonight, we have saints in our very own communities. In fact, we have living saints right now, people who are out here fighting social justice battles. We have martyrs who are dying simply in the name of Blackness. So we have these spirits available, and we're walking around like we are actually literally motherless children, feeling like hoodoo is some sort of second-rate religion, or not as worthy because there's no initiatory practice. You know what? And I'm gonna have to speak to this, and I know you wanted me to speak to this, Rich. I have been, and while I believe in initiatory practices, and while I believe in the beauty of ATRs, I've been strongly against the formalization and the initiatory process for hoodoo, because you can't really make that, because it's so very individual. It is so family based. It is so your actual real lineage, not your religious lineage, say for example, in voodoo or Ifa or Santeria, this is like your real blood lineage, back. Stuff that is real and tangible, that not only you identify with, that you can create effective ritual from, simply by the accessing of the information about that person, place, or thing's signature. Yes, go ahead, Rish.
I was just gonna say, while I understand not wanting to make it into a closed practice with initiation and rites, right? But as we move forward and pass it down to our children, and they pass it down to their children, that is how the initiation and rites take place, right?
Yes.
Like Joy just said it, your lineage can have initiations, and initiations don't always look like the initiations of other traditions. Absolutely. Right?
But I'm talking from that formal, and I see a lot of colonization and a lot, not just ATRs. And we talked about the elitism, and the formality and the money grab, and the followers, and the commercialization, where hoodoo, yes, while have been commercialized, the real benefit of this is that initiatory right through your family,
yes,
or a mentor, or your community. Not everybody is going to have access. You know, like I said, our people just do shit because we do shit. We don't even know it is hoodoo. So this formal, you know, shit. Let's think about the things we did, debutante, but all types of things that we did for rites of passage that we adopted, massaged, and made part of our own contemporary living experience. Right. And so, but when I think that just even if there was something like that, you know, being close to your spirit, you all is going to protect you. Whether you, when you move into any initiatory process, they're going to be the one to be like, your people ain't happy with this. But if you're talking to your people, and you, especially if you don't know how to divine or you don't have an intelligent communication process with your people, you can get caught up in some shit. So if you find that spiritual foundation in yourself and knowing what your spirit wants for you and how they guide your steps, that is a very, very excellent springboard to expanding your spiritual practice. Because I know I've sat down, I got a ton of grimoires and shit, and I'll be reading it, and my spirit be like, oh, we don't get down like that. That's not it. Next. They was, because I'm used to talking to them. But if somebody is not, you know, versed in ancestor veneration, and they start jumping off into a lot of these spiritual and magical practices, they're not going to know spirit when it's talking to them. They're not going to be able to make a proper discernment about whether or not, because everything has its pluses and minuses. Right. You, spiritually, your infantry, your first line of defense, spiritually, magically, mundanely, anyway, is your ancestors, the direct ancestors on that. And when you do want to reach for people that have what we think of as a higher elevation, well, let's look to some of the people that lived and died for some of the things that we want to manifest. Right. And that's why sometimes the research is challenging. Sometimes our families have lost these things, or they've converted to other religions that forbid them. Sometimes it's hard to dig. But if you are in a situation where you want to write, or you are studying medicine, or you are doing any action, I guarantee you that there is an ancestor, an elevated spirit, because when we talk about karma, we get twisted about karma. Right? Regulated karma as reciprocity. What goes around comes around. That's not how this shit works, y'all. At all. Right. Every single world religion teaches karma. That this life and how you live it and the things that you do will determine your position in your next life. Even in the Bible, they talk about your garment. Sometimes they talk about crowns and different things like that. Think about the clothes, the garment, the iteration that some of these people are living in right now because of their karma, because of their energy, because of the things they did in this realm. And that's what, when I go and I decide a spirit that I'm going to work with, and I don't care what practice it is that I'm doing, when I'm looking for the spirit that I need to call on and ask, I got to make sure that their signature is the most effective to help me in my magical work. And that's what I wanted to come here and talk to you all about today. So what do? You know, there's a lot of, you know, we've got the big names. I sell ancestral candles if you want to conjure these types of spirits and do work with them. But as you would work with any spirit, you know, divine, whether it is intuitively or whether it is with a tool, to see if any of these spirits would be willing to work with you. When I went to Oakwood Cemetery in Chicago, it was my first, no, one wasn't. It's one of in the first early years of being a conjurer. And I came to Jesse Owens' grave. Now, mind you, I'd been to different graves of the different dignitaries in that cemetery, and I divined. And I was like, you know, may I work with your dirt? And both he and his wife, who was buried next to him, they were like, yes, you know, you get that real good yes energy. And, you know, did the different things in hoodoo to pay homage to the spirit for taking that dirt. But if I went to a grave of someone who I really wanted to work with, and I got a vibe that they were not going to work with me, or got a divination that they weren't going to work with me, I simply moved on. And that's okay. We don't have to work with every single spirit of the universe. You know, when you find out if they're going to work with you, find out their history and their characteristics. That way, you're going to find out what they were strong at, what their gifts were. You'll be able to find out when they were born and when they died, because just because you work with a spirit once, you don't pick up a spirit and then leave it and you don't remember it anymore. If I work with a spirit, like over here in my office, I have an intellectual ancestors altar, and I got Malcolm X sitting right next to me. And so I will light candles for them, or I will put offerings up for them, not just when I need them, but I'm remembering their spirit. I'm remembering when they were born. I remember when they died. And I remember the things that were important to them, because that powers their energy. Keeping those things in remembrance, keeping their mouth, their name on your tongue is what keeps that energy alive and brings them closer to you to make your work more effective. You know, develop relationships with your spirits. That should say your spirits, you know, not just, you know, some days, you know, if I'm having writer's block, I'll sit back here and I'll be like, I got Toni Morrison over here. I've got other writers and things like this. And I'm like, you know, help me, inspire me, give me an idea. Sometimes going and reading about something that they wrote or did helps me to manifest. And that's the whole idea behind our magic, that we use the spirits of our ancestors and the different things of the earth to manifest results, to make change, to succeed, to be trailblazers. And so I can't find better ways to do this than to go back to the trailblazers themselves, and then conjure that energy in your workings. Find out if they were workers, what they worked with, how they worked with these things. Go and pay homage to where they lived, where they died, where they, and ask them for assistance and guidance and allowing them while you're doing your work. And then most importantly, remember, spirits want to be paid too. You know, energy is not robbery. And no, they're not going to spend that money. No, they're not going to physically eat that food, but you do need to show that you are grateful for that energy, for that inspiration, for that divine guidance, you know, and make contributions maybe to the places, people, places, and things that they loved. And that's a good way to pay your spirit. I'm going to look over here and see if there anything here. Yeah, you have ants, you can have lamps, you can have candles, sweeping your feet. Yes, all of the different things that we learn just simply and have been regulated to folk tales. But once you start to really look at their origins, from them black eyed peas and greens and things that you made today, they have an energy, they have a purpose. Learn them, make your magical work purposeful, and use the energies of the universe that will heighten that work and encourage you to complete it. Now, there's two notable hoodoo ancestors that I came across when I first started practicing. Interestingly enough, out of NOLA. But, you know, this is just an example, because a lot of us are introduced, you know, through white occultists and the things that they think is part of our practice that, you know, might be a part for somebody, but not for everybody, like Catholicism. But Catholicism came out, the use of Catholic imagery came out of syncretism. It also came out of the spiritualist movement. I was born in Chicago. Mother Leafy Anderson, you know, in studying about them, these two spiritualists, it really drove something home for me. I remember my early days of practicing hoodoo, I was still a Christian. And I was working for a client in Ireland who was being abused. And I looked for a Catholic saint. I ain't know nothing about no Catholic saints, okay, to help empower her work. When I should have been looking at spirits who actually did the work and did the work. So, you know, think about Mother Leafy Anderson. Think about the fact that she was the founder of the spiritualist movement in NOLA that powers a lot of what people think about a Black occultist today. Okay. This is after Marie Laveau, who died in 1881. We're talking about modern spiritual practitioners. And she worked with the spirit of Black Hawk and created those connections there with other indigenous people. And she empowered women, like the next woman that I'm going to talk about, to be spiritualist leaders. And even more so, when we're talking about Black Lives Matter and fighting the power, Black people were expelled from the National Association of Spiritualist Churches in 1922 because of racism. And she created our own organization for people who practice spiritualist practices. She mixed the use of spirit guides with Protestant and Catholic practices. And those types of things probably, you know, have been going on for centuries. But, you know, this is where that association became more popular. She played jazz bands that played at her church at a time when, you know, other churches were saying that these things were evil. But she took in people. Her and the next woman I'm going to talk to you about led the Temple of Innocent Blood. It was a place where people who were abused, people who were mistreated, single parents, ostracized, and poor came for healing, help, and community. And so as community healers, these are types of the people that, you know, hey, let's look at what they did. Let's conjure their spirits and the way that they helped, not just Black folks, but all different kinds of people, thousands of people during their years of work. How can I bring the spirit of that into my healing practice and understand what they did? And at the same time, have homage, respect, and make sure that this type of person is the first person to go to when they're practicing healing work in hoodoo, rather than looking at maybe some Catholic saint that was for mothers and abused women. She was very important in the development of Mother Catherine Seals, who was another person who helped run. In fact, after Leafy's death, she ran the Temple of Innocent Blood until her death. She was by 3 husbands. One of them kicked her so severely that she was paralyzed, had a stroke, and became paralyzed. She went to a white spiritualist healer who refused to heal her because he didn't heal Black people. So it's very interesting that the cosmology and the spiritual practices that we gave to them could not be used on us by them. And so how she found her way to, she was spoken to by spirit, and she said, spirit says, you know, they're not going to heal you. You're going to have to not only you heal yourself, but you are going to have to be the healer of other Black people. And she was healed and trained by Mother Leafy Anderson. And they were devoted to helping abused children, single mothers, and their children. So like for today, there's a lot of talk in the ATRs of abuse, of mismanagement, of cultism, and intimidation. And so when I'm looking at spirits who are closest to my ancestry and closest to my real lived cultural experience, that are going to help me fight those types of battles, these are the types of spirits that I am going to approach, that I am going to ask if I may work with them, and that they can continue their service in the next realm, in this one, so that they can empower my work and help me fight against those types of things that have been happening to us in our spiritual community. It's this very same spiritualism that we do not want to die, that we do not want to destroy due to the misdeeds of other people, that we need to embrace. And so we need to find us again. And so often that we get tied up in some of these situations because we lose us. And so I always work with people who have found themselves and help others find themselves too. Looking, how would a spirit allow that? How would a spirit allow what? We allow, yes, you know, we allow, and that's why Wish was talking about, you know, how do we fight abusers? We have to speak out on them. We are abused because we allow it. And we allow, and not only do we allow it, we shame people and we intimidate them into not telling what happened to them by the disbelief of, oh, somebody could do that to you. Children are ignored every day. Think about all of the little Black girls that went to their mother and told them that somebody was touching them, and their mother insisted that they would just fast and that they made it up. So, you know, there are times where we need those super higher powers to help embolden us, to help strengthen us, and to help power our work. So these are just two of those people, but you know, I do about from our past who are going to help us to bring our work into fruition. You know, I see a lot of ancestor veneration in February, you know, and Black History Month, and I love that. But think about this, you all, we are Black history. We are Black history, and every single figure that shapes our history can also shape our magic. So when I stop to think about freedom fighters, yeah, there are some very famous names on here, but we're talking about, you know, Harriet Tubman. What did she do? She made a way for people. She made a way to freedom for people. So when you're thinking about road opening work, Frederick Douglass fighting for our very freedom. So anytime you got to fight that righteous fight, same thing with Malcolm X, especially when you got to bring a little bit of a hammer to the table. Fannie Lou Hamer, to give a voice to the voiceless. We know about Martin Luther King, but then we got Gula Jack and Denmark Vesey and other Black Americans who fought and led slave revolts, who were executed. I mean, Nat Turner was quartered, literally ripped into 4 pieces for a slave revolt. These people are freedom fighters, and Ida B. Wells and Mary Ellen Pleasant and Sojourner Truth, where I got the name of this particular presentation, Ain't I an Ancestor? Because she had to ask, ain't I a woman? When these white suffragists, they didn't want to acknowledge her and her position as a Black woman. We see it today with white feminism. So when we want to Mary McLeod Bethune, people who wrote, reported, people who and pushed our education, okay? These people had an energy about them of resilience, of fire, and of fight. And they were willing to die for their causes. And I can't think of better people, especially when we are doing work in the areas of reparation, freedom from oppression, and fighting racism, okay? You know, it's very interesting because Gula Jack, he was crucial in recruiting African-American slaves and provided them with hoodoo charms as protection against the Bukra, the whites. He's also yes, go ahead, baby.
Let me just real quick, I want to say how Gullah Jack, if Denmark Vesey was the captain, Gullah Jack was the general, right? Denmark Vesey was a preacher, right? But he was in very close contact and cahoots with Gullah Jack, so he knew what he was doing, right? Gullah Jack, when he was providing all those necessary protection charms for the people, they were trying to hijack a boat to sail to Haiti because they knew that the revolution had already taken place, and Haiti was housing escapees from all over the diaspora. I just wanted to share that because I just get excited when I hear about Gullah Jack. Go ahead.
I love Gullah Jack. And you know, a lot of the historians talked about that because, you know, Denmark Vesey was a preacher and Gullah Jack was a hoodoo man. And that whole thing that created this contrast that brought both parts together. The traditional African practitioners as well as the Christian religious ones. And so that was so very important. So, you know, whenever I get tired of the fight, and I don't care which fight it is that I face as a Black woman, I call upon the spirits of my warriors, my African-American warriors who are closer to me then, you know, and in ways of communication, you know, yes, we can evolve into our African gods and goddesses and spirits and develop close relationships with them. But when you want to talk about somebody that felt this pain right here, that you relate to closely and is ready, willing, and available, even in their karma, to come and work with you, you work with them. So the next one, and people often think this is unlikely, but you know, the reality of the matter is, oops, wrong one, there we go. Somebody made a comment the first night of the conference that our art, our music, our food, it's Hoodoo's everything. It is part of everything. If you study enough Black history, you realize it is everywhere. Like I said, my sister just found out that Ma Rainey was a conjure woman. You know, we got James Baldwin. I've done literary studies on the magic of the works and his stuff. Toni Morrison, she was an editor at Random House, and everything African, whether it was historical, sociological, religious, or not, passed her desk as the editor there, as an editor there. And her books are full of our practices, full of our magic, full of our tradition. Gloria Naylor, people stop at we're in the Brewster Place. Don't stop. You want to know about the Gullah Geechee culture? Read Mama Day. You want to know about some African American Gothicism and reversal of some European ideals as far as Gothic literature is concerned? Read Linden Hills. You learn about reflections and mirrors and faces and eyes. And it's so deep that if you're not magically versed in the first place, you will miss it the first time out. Octavia Butler, Afrofuturism, we just got to talking about that a little bit ago with Gerald. That Wild Seed, that whole Patternist series. Kindred, you are going to find, you know, like I said, even Prince wrote a song, When Will We Get Paid? That can be your chant for your retribution work. I mean, for your, not retribution, for your reparations work. So you got songs, art, pictures, poems, rituals, deep down in our literature. In fact, a lot of our literature was used to pass that magical information along under the secretism of fiction and folk. Charles Chestnut with The Conjure Woman. I make all of my Hoodoo 201 students read The Conjure Woman so they understand the socio-economic impacts of slavery and the combination of the ritual work that slaves did to survive chattel slavery. You wanted to make a point, Rish?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh man, it was oh, I wanted to talk about too, as a part of a lot of these authors that you're mentioning were active in like the 60s and the 70s, going on into the 80s. In the 60s, during the Black Power movement, all right, there was also a Black arts movement going on. All right. Look up, it was Charles Chestnut, Charles Waddell Chestnut.
Yeah, I didn't put him on here,
Perry.
but he's very important. But you know, Charles Chestnut, Langston Hughes, Zora Neale Hurston, Orna Botemps, all of those, if you want to go and study, especially in their proximity, because Zora Neale Hurston was an initiated Haitian voodoo priestess as well as an initiated Nola voodoo priestess, and used her anthropological studies as she initiated. She documented and studied these things, and so these were historical. There's no way you can separate Hoodoo from history when it comes to us.
Right. That's what I was trying to say.
Artifacts.
The Black Arts movement was going on at the same time as the Black Power movement. All right. It was an author named Larry Neal, who he wrote a book of Hoodoo poems in the I think it was the 60s or the 70s. And he said we have to protect our culture with fierce juju. Okay. And this was back when we were while on a political side we were fighting for voice and fighting for rights, fighting against police brutality, right? this is that time cycle that, you know, part of the time cycle that we've been on, that we're trying to, you know, reset so we can be in a new a timeline that's beneficial, right? But the Black arts movement of the 60s was attempting to do that very thing.
And
there you go. Yeah.
Before that, the Harlem Renaissance.
Mm-hmm.
Because of these cycles. And it's all been about freedom from oppression, freedom from racism, healing, soul healing, dealing with being a stranger in a strange land. And that is why it's so very important that we hold on to our culture. In fact, that's why I only teach Hoodoo studies to people of color, because when we are having these classes, we get it. Even from secret signals to handshakes to the nod. When you're a part of that culture and your cultures hold on to those traditions, you get that. And that nod hits differently. When you go into a room, a sea of white folks, you see another Black person, they don't go, hey, you're, gonna give you a biff or a bubby. They do like this. And they know immediately who you're dealing with by the way you are.
Exactly.
And those are things that you can't make up. Those are things that you cannot invent. Those are things that are from our culture that we have to know and use.
Right.
And so as we get to know them more and their devices and what they use, where their music, their words, their ritual, their art can all be a part of your magic. And that's what I want people to come back to, because I think the definition of what is hoodoo has been lost on a lot of people due to commercialization. Another thing, inventors and innovators, these are alchemists, y'all. I mean, Benjamin Banneker used astronomy, and therefore—
Hold on one second. Before we go on, I want to address something that Tyrell asked. She said, does anyone have suggestions for reconciling harm that is not as overt as pedophilia or leading a cult? What about situations where an elder is triggered and a young person is trying to ask a question and the elder goes off, like smaller interpersonal harm? I haven't figured out how to navigate these situations when it's outside of family or overt abuse. Is that just speak and wait as well? In the past or future, might we look to for interpersonal generational wisdoms?
Well, the thing is sometimes, and this is a very hard thing to put a finger on. There are ways that I have done and other people have reconciled with ancestors after death, received some of those same information and downloads that we couldn't get with them when they were living. We have sadly a huge legacy of our people who have untreated trauma, untreated mental illness, untreated things that people never spoke of. So, I mean, the question is, when trying to speak to elders who are still in this plane right now about those types of things, about healing, about the past, because yes, you will run into elders that simply don't want to discuss those things. And so knowing the right questions to ask them, because like, for example, you're not going to go up to your great grandmother or your grandmother who's died in the will Christian and be like, okay, so what kind of magic did y'all practice? First of all, you ain't going to talk about magic. You ain't even going to talk about no hoodoo. And depending on the ancestor or a relative that you're speaking with, you might not even want to say root work. But that's why I was saying putting things in a different context, healing. Sometimes you'll go and speak to some of those people and they'll come out of a bag and tell you shit you wasn't counting on hearing.
Facts.
Deep dig down to in a deep emotional state, and if that does happen, I encourage you to help them with their healing as well. But yeah, that's a big ticket item. I think that would take like a whole—
Thank you.
To sort out, but it just depends on when, she's talking about the physical realm, she's talking about the spiritual realm, what topics we're talking about, things like that. Like who did recipes.
I apologize, Terrell. I meant he. I'm sorry. Just I want to remain respectful. It's he.
Yes. Okay.
Yes,
homophobia, transphobia. Yeah. Luckily I didn't come from a family like that. We acknowledge people whatever they were. We didn't ostracize somebody because they're gay. So, but for me, and I've been bisexual probably for as long as I can remember. Some things I'm not an expert in that, you know, but I believe that ancestral traumas can be healed if that spirit, it depends on where they are in their cycle, gives you indication that they're sorry, that they're a different person, that and does things to make up for, by assisting you in the work, to make up for those missteps that they made in life. I do believe that, you know, we evolve, we go somewhere. And I would hope that they have grown. And I have not run into an instance where I've worked with an ancestor that they be like, look, I was a motherfucker. I did a lot of shit wrong, you know, my own mother. You know, luckily we reconciled before she died, but my mother had an alcohol problem. My mother said very hurtful things to us when we were coming up. It did very hurtful things, but not only it's still, even though we were reconciled when she died, it was through the things she did demonstratively for me when I'm at the altar, bawling my eyes out, fucking suffering. And sometimes as a result of the bad parenting I received, and help me. And that's how personally I resolved my ancestor trauma. You know, I tried to do the reconciliation as much as I could in life, and I was glad that I did that, and we were. But a lot of that healing came from her help in the next room. And when I came to her and I was suffering, my mama always right on time. And because of that spirit that she had when she was alive, I also know I can count on my mama to fuck some folks up that are hurting her child because of that debt that's owed. It's difficult. But I am by no means a specialist in helping people heal their ancestral trauma. And if there are people available for that, I suggest that one of the things you do is to get in touch with them. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Oh Lord, here's the good one. Yes, boo-boo. I have an ancestor who owned slaves, white man. Well, look at me, why don't you, right? I'm 24% European. The rest is African. You wouldn't be able to tell it by looking at me, right? And my ancestor owned Compromise Plantation. My ancestor, 12 years